Finance meeting, this date, April 21st, 2021, and I would call it at 7:01. A roll call, myself, Dan Spring, again, Chair, Carolyn Howell is present, Paul Simon, Mike Anderson, Dan Smith, Ann Aiken is absent. She requested that Brett Mastriani as alternate be seated to represent her. And we do have Sarah Nelson on as alternate. Before we start, because Ann is not here, Carolyn, would you be willing to scribe tonight? You can say no.
I'll do it. It's fine.
All right, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. With that being said, we'll go to public comments. As pointed out on our agenda, we'd like to keep public comments to 2 minutes or so. I try not to keep a timer going, but let's just see if we can get to everybody. So Christine, if you could help me out, we'll start to recognize those in the public.
Yep, so if anyone has a comment, please raise your hand and then you'll be recognized. First up, we have Joe Gross. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Joe.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
I had to miss the meeting, the last meeting, so I'm going to try to keep my comments to 2 minutes. My main concern this year is, and I would have made it at that meeting, to reinstall the first, second, and third selectmen budgets, their salaries back to where they were, and also a 2% increase like we're giving the rest of the town. And also, I want to make it clear also that to get to where we are, the board that has cut $333,602 from the Board of Selectmen's budget. And what that reflects basically is when the board went over their budget, they had 80% of the line items. We left them unchanged to support the present budget. 20% of those line items were changed either by the Board of Finance or the Selectmen. And Dan, I received a call from Hartford on that item we were requesting him to do. And the young lady asked me to give her some information. I call her back tomorrow and they want to know exactly what we're talking about. And I think I can see where there's an area for it not being clear between the items that's on the, what I want to call it, when you go on the computer online versus what's in the handbook. And as they told me, you always go to the computer when you refer to the handbook because that's the most up to date with the changes in that. And I guess that's about all I can make there with what we got in that. My time is up, but I thank you for giving me that 2 minutes.
Thank you, Joe. We've made note of your comments, and as always, they're considered. If we can go to next speaker, Christine.
Okay, if anyone else wants to make a comment, iPhone Dan.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay. I have a kind of a general question. It's about the fact that we have inexorable detail in the expense and capital expenditure budgets, but there isn't a heck of a lot of detail in the revenue side of the equation. And I'm wondering if there's some way that well, let's take a look at I'm looking at a hard copy of the budget. Is general property current. It gives $15,398,327. I wonder if there's any way that can be broken down in, let's see, tranches for a better way of, for lack of a better term that I can come up with, that shows how that relates to assessed values. What I'm looking for is what is the central tendency in the valuations as they're related to the general property budget, and say how that is broken down, what's in those tranches, and what revenues do those tranches account for? I'm afraid if that's too complex a question, I can work on it for future reference, but again, going back to where I started, and I'm probably getting to the end of my comment period, I'm wondering if there's any way that you can break down the revenue items a little bit more detailed, since that is probably, I'm not sure, but that's probably the biggest number in the budget. Thank you.
Dan, if I could have a repeat on your last name, just for the record, I know you mentioned it.
Hickey.
All right, Dan.
It didn't ask me, it just went right in, so that's what's in my phone.
Thank you, Dan. You know, I think you bring up a good point, and you know, I work closely with Daryl Del Grosso, our assessor, and I would have to say I think that we can break it down by property valuations in zones, and unfortunately, that's something I would not have for you tonight. But I think that's something that certainly could be developed over this next week.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, Brian Rathbun, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if there's any year that the budget should be zeroed out, it would be this year. And I know that means kicking a can down the road, which is not the best practice, but because of that COVID, it really took a toll on everybody. I just want to keep reminding everybody of that, and I'm sure you know it. All right, thank you. Bye.
Brian, thanks. You know, as I mentioned at the public hearing, you know, I think all of us have in many ways been impacted by the COVID pandemic and the economy subsequent to this pandemic. So we certainly appreciate your input as always. And I would have to say that you're always very active and vocal at all of our hearings and all our meetings, and it's appreciated. Next, Christine.
I don't have anyone else with a hand up at this time. Oh, now I do. Phone number ending in 3754. Go ahead and unmute.
Yes, this is Sean. I just wanted to reiterate that I believe that a budget with a 6.6% average increase is too big of an ask. I know how we've gotten to that point. I understand the difficult situations that have to be made, but I think that we need to cut the budget further, especially from the general government operating side, to get down to a more reasonable increase for the taxpayers. I realize how you got there with previous use of the deobligated capital as a revenue source, and also last year from what I consider excessive use of the undesignated fund balance to help balance the budget. So I do understand the situation, but I would ask that you make further reductions and bring to the town meeting a more acceptable bottom line. Thank you.
Okay, Sean, we certainly heard, you know, the same thing that, as you were saying tonight at the public hearing, and that was so noted. In your mention of us as the Board of Finance authorizing the use of the unassigned last year, it was specifically to balance the budget, but mitigate tax consequence to our residents because of the COVID environment in particular. So,
yeah, I just think that harder decisions probably should have been made also last year. And because they weren't, we're paying double for it this year.
And I'll say this, as the Board of Finance does meet, I mean, we go through many, many meetings with a lot of deliberation, a lot of debate. So things that are developed for what we think is the benefit to the town, it does not come lightly. So thank you for your input, Sean.
Thank you, Dan.
Anyone else, Christine?
Does not look like it.
Okay. With that, it's correspondence, and since the public hearing, I have heard via the email for General Governor, Town of North Stonington, from 5 individuals, all kind of with the same theme, talking about wanting to decrease the budget, particularly in light of the reval, which in fact was a very positive one. I mean, people have enjoyed increased values in their home. As I said at the public hearing, their home is probably the largest asset they may have in their total portfolio. And with some of them, increasing between 15 and 30%. And yet, that because of those valuations, it's implicated relative to taxation. So for the record, I'd like to have these 5 names put in as correspondence. I'm not going to read specifically what they had to say, but I told you that was the theme of each of what was for each of the inputs. Barbara Long, Dottie Arzamarski, and I'll spell that Arzamarski. Michelle Shaw, Shaw. Carol Holliday, and Tom Marsh. So I'd like to have their names submitted for the record as having reached out to a member of the Board of Finance relative to the public hearing. Other than that, I have no other correspondence. Carolyn, if I can help you.
I didn't see Tom's email, but like Barbara Long sent one from herself and then one signed from Wayne and Barbara. And then Dorothy Arzamarski also had Peter Arzamarski listed. So should they not be listed there as well? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I saw those. They seem to be, I almost was taking them as being a repeat, as if, okay, did I do it?
Well, there was one from Barbara by herself, and then she sent a second one that was the same, signed by her and Wayne. And then there was a third one sent, I think it was in regards to somebody else. It was in regards to a Donna Salvideo. You didn't read all of them.
I didn't see that one. If it was
There was-
something that
Yeah.
later.
She had the power of attorney for that person, so she,
So I'm just asking for the record.
Yeah, let's make it as complete as possible. I mean, as I read it, they seem to be repeats of the same household, I guess was my point. But, to add Wayne's name, for instance, of course, or, if there's a spouse's name.
Okay, so I'll add the spouses and then I'll also add Salvideo, is that, I guess.
Well, it sounds right to me, Carolyn. I mean,
Okay, all right,
he was acting as power of attorney for another, so.
okay. So I'll add these names then. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. I have no other, as I said earlier. So that brings us to agenda item number 4, which is again budget review, particularly relative to the input from the public hearing. I would have to say that the participation was light. I think even counting some town officials, if we had 40 people, that's what was present via Zoom, and physically, there might have been 8 people. I know I counted 7. So, really light and lighter than the town meeting that we had previously held. Things that were heard was one, this happened to be Nick Mullane restoring the entry for a second per diem staff at the volunteer fire company. One individual was, I think it was, I can't remember Jim's last name, but he was talking about the relief money that we have coming to the town, federal money, and how it could be utilized. And we don't have definition to that as yet, but he was hoping that it could be a benefit to the taxpayers, and it almost sounded as if, could it be a credit or a refund to taxpayers? And again, I doubt that, but I don't have definition as yet. And that was reiterated by the first selectman. There was talk about monies given to the rec commission, and whether we should be taking a closer look at what's happening in sponsored events where we have higher participation versus lower, and whether or not there could be a savings there. Charity donations, we seem to be getting some contributions to regional charities, but this individual is talking about what are we doing for in-town organizations like Little League, Boy Scouts, etc. There's some talk about Board of Ed and contractual agreements and negotiations thereby, and the outcomes that come from that. Again, that's something that is difficult for me to talk to, as you know, that those are union contracts. They are negotiated. They are heard both sides by attorneys and agreed upon. And pretty much they align themselves pretty closely to what's happening statewide. The next was support for Infinite Visions. That's the financial software. There were 3 individuals that spoke up positively about it being in the budget and certainly being of value to the town. Again, some talk about the revaluation and that the housing assessments in the zone of 250 to 350 seem to have had the higher increases in valuation. During this whole period, I've been watching what's been happening in other towns, and as I've addressed in North Stonington, I think because of our investments in the community, we had a higher, more positive reval than what I saw in other areas in the state in the same cycle. But nationally, home prices have been surging, particularly in that price band. And there was some talk about grant writing and what the benefits have been to our part-time employee grant writer. And Mike had a very good slide on that demonstrated grants that were either awarded to us or could have been awarded to us in excess of $350,000. And again, a small turnout, but a bit of a tone as to much as I brought forward with correspondence, with reval, could more cuts be made to the budget? So that's what I heard. For those of you on the board that were at the hearing or listened in, if you heard something and would like to pick up on what I've just said, let's go at it. Carolyn?
Yeah, I attended in person. I don't know. Did everyone watch or attend from home? I'm just curious. So anyways, I had a taxpayer reach out to me earlier today about the per diem, but they also mentioned that they hadn't gone to the meeting because they had just come back from vacation. So they just expressed to me that they thought it was very poor timing to hold it like the Monday after everyone was returning from vacation. So maybe that's why it was so poorly attended. People were just trying to get ready for work and school. Jim Holdridge was the person that spoke about the rescue funds. And I'm just wondering if it would make sense. I mean, obviously, I think that there's a lot of people that I think they can appreciate the fact that their house values went up, but the problem is they want to stay in their houses. And so what I'm looking at is people are asking for mercy because they can't, keep affording to live in their houses in North Stonington if the taxes continue to go up, especially those that are on fixed incomes or elderly. There's a lot of people that don't qualify for assistance because they're above that threshold. So, I mean, unless we get some programs in town to help alleviate that, what's going to happen. So I took a lot of notes. I think that we do have to talk about making cuts. I think that there are places that we can cut in general government. I don't know, what everyone else's thoughts are, but I'd be interested in hearing them.
All right, just relative to some of Carolyn's comments, I had prepared a slide on the PowerPoint deck talking about what the mill rate has looked like going back to 1989 and how it was impacted by revaluations. So, I mean, where we are in terms of a mill rate is not out of bounds with what's happened historically. And that reval that now has happened 10 years after the 2010 was a time when real estate prices plummeted. I know I talked about this publicly many times, that we lost $100 million off the grand list. That being said, that valuations for the last 10 years have been kept very low relative to their taxation. So, we're not governing how the valuations come out. It's all on market and economy driven. So I understand it, but for the last 10 years, we literally, if you looked at the grand list, residents have appreciated very low values for taxation based on what happened 10 years ago. So, so it's just a little background to what Carolyn had to say. Anyone else at this point? Paul, I see you. Yep.
Sorry. Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I wasn't able to attend the hearing the other night, but I did listen to it on YouTube today prior to our meeting, so it will be fresh. And I heard the same things that everyone just described. A lot of concern about the high increase in taxes that this budget will represent, and knowing that we were looking to recover decisions we made in the past, to recover those 0.8 mil just to make us level, and that redemption of debt. I think beyond that, there has to be a real urgent need to do anything beyond that. So hopefully we can make those decisions tonight and the weeks forward to keep it just to nearly a zero increase across the board. Thank you.
I hope that we can come to some agreement, Paul. One, because I'd like to keep us on a timeline where we can kind of stay to what we've already put out as proposed timeline for going to a town meeting, then referendum.
And Dan,
Mike,
oh,
Oh,
no,
I'm sorry, Paul, if you're
No.
not done, please.
I did say I was, but just wanted to get the numbers square in my head. It was about a 1.2 mil increase just to make us level again. Yeah. In
Correct.
that ballpark, 1.1 or something.
Yes,
Okay.
that was
thank you.
0.3 and 0.8.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
1.1, which if we put that against the base of 27.4, to kind of make it parity,
Right.
we would be at 28.5 mil.
Yeah. It feels like a reasonable place
Close.
if we can. All right. That's it. Thanks.
Mike, you are next, and then Brett.
Excuse me. To Jim's point, I mean, I think that's kind of, for me, the elephant in the room is what is coming from the federal government and what can we use where to mitigate this budget. That's, I know we're on a timeline. I know that we want to get this budget voted on before the end of June. But I think there's, in this case, there might be a reason to hold off as long as possible to find out, because I don't think that there's much in this budget that I could see that I would want to cut out. I want to put in the per diem firemen, if there's not going to be any money in there, if we can't use it for, use those federal funds for that. And I'd like to put the money back in for the software. I think it's foolish not to be on the same system. I'm sorry that didn't pass in the last public hearing, public meeting, I'm sorry. So I don't think we're going to get there, Paul. I mean, I don't want to get there and to a 0% other than the 0.8 and the 0.3. And we don't forget, we have a 0.17 revenue shortfall right now that we have to deal with. So we're looking at 1 point, that 0.12, I'm sorry, 1.27. So that's my opinion on, trying to hash this thing out. I mean, I'm willing to listen to everybody and what they think can be cut out. I'm not saying that. I just personally, I don't think that we need to do more cuts. And my second, and the reason why I don't necessarily, I obviously don't want more burden on the taxpayers. But a caveat to that, Dan, is kind of what you talked about. Everybody we're right now at we're at a lower mill rate than we were last year with all of this thing. And I know that means that somebody's taxes are going up, but anybody's taxes who are going up, the only reason why that's happened is because because they have earned value in their home. I'm one of those people that's included, and do I like the fact that my taxes are going to go up? Of course not. But I understand that it's not in a vacuum. I have more value in my house according to the reval and according to, what I've seen from Zillow and what I've seen from refinancing my house. And, it's the value is there. And, I understand it's going to be a financial burden for those that are on fixed incomes. And I'm not trying to poo-poo that in any way. I'm just saying you have to realize that, the only reason why your taxes are going to go up is because your property's value went up. That's the only way it happens. So we have to all keep that in mind as we're going forward in these deliberations. I yield.
Thank you, Mike. Brett, you are next.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, listening to the meeting the other night and reading some of the letters that we got today, we definitely need to do something. And I agree with Mike. I'm not so dead set on setting or standing in regards to the timeline. I think there are so many questions that can be answered or helped at least by getting more information on the relief package to see what we can do and what we can use to help lower this tax burden for our residents. But I also think that we need to look at the whole picture. And I brought this up before. We need to look at some of those reevaluations that went down considerably and really look at those to come up to see if there's any inconsistencies there. We need to look at how do we help those residents that their increases went up quite a bit. You know, the state statute allows us to incrementally up those increases over a 4-year period. So if there are certain ones that went up over a certain percentage, why don't we look at during this timeline coming up with a process to do that incrementally? And yes, that might mean borrowing some from the undesignated fund to make up for some of those. But knowing that those taxes will be in there following years with increases. So it helps some of these people that are really financially strapped with huge increases on fixed incomes slowly build up to that revenue that we need, and using that money that's already in the undesignated fund to help with that. I think there's strategies there we can use. And I also do think there are some expenses in the budget that we can look at reducing. I don't think there's anything in there that's gonna drastically, lower this to where we want to, where there's a 0%. I think that's gonna be almost impossible. But I think looking at the other alternatives of how we can gauge in some of these tax increases and revenues is important. But to me, the timeline is just a timeline we have to follow, but we really should be doing what's in the best interest of our residents. And that's taking our time to do it right and not just pushing it forward to meet that deadline. I think we owe it to those people that spoke out to really take an in-depth look at all this in all those different aspects, as well as look thoroughly through that budget and see what we can cut. But I think without knowing the timeline or the specifics from the relief plan, I think we're doing a disservice, because some of that stuff we can fund through that, and most likely, but we don't know what yet. So I'd hate to just cut everything and say, hey, we're cutting everything when we don't know. Instead of giving us like another few weeks to get this situated. I yield. Thank you.
All right, relative to your comments, Brett, if it hasn't been made clear, federal funds that should come to the town can't be used against budgeted items. So in terms of trying to lower taxes, when we're talking the budget.
Well, Dan, if we don't have our budget passed, then they're not budgeted items yet. So,
well, Brett, please, to your point, you said, could the federal funds be used to lessen the budget? You said that, or the tax consequence to the taxpayers.
well, in regards to what we're looking at as expenses, if I have to readdress it, so.
Well, the only solution to what you're proposing is pulling things out of the budget that perhaps could be covered by federal funds. And I think Board of Selectmen, kind of have addressed that. So I don't think there's a promise there that federal funds are going to abate our budget.
No,
It
but
could be for other
what I'm
things to
saying-
the benefit of the community, certainly.
What I'm saying is it's not hurting to work this through over the next few weeks to figure that out. And just to push it through is.
Well, it's not pushing through, Brett, and the one guideline that was clear is it could not be used against budgeted items.
I didn't see that written anywhere. If you could forward that to me, I'd really appreciate that. 'Cause
Well, if you think it's a strong point, I wish, if you had a source to bring that clarity forward, it would have helped the board members.
I'm not Dan, first of all, I'm not.
We're not hearing you, Brett.
With all the-
Brett, we're gonna have to come back to you. We can't hear you. Carolyn, I'll come back to you, then back to Mike.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so I agree with Mike and Brett on this, that we shouldn't be pushing this through, that we should wait for guidance from the Treasury Department. I was doing some research online and I found this information from the National Association of Counties, and I don't know what counties it is, but anyways, it's some government organization, and it's talking about the rescue fund. And it said, you know, it's speaking, it's like the FAQs, what are the specific allowable uses of the funds and are there any restrictions? So in it, it says that it can be used to make, like it's including but not limited to, making necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, and responding to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of the county that are performing such essential work, or providing grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. So, I mean, I think it kind of speaks to what we've been talking about. And I mean, I'm made it known that I don't think water and sewer should be at the top of our priority list right now, personally. But I mean, maybe having broadband infrastructure would be something that would be helpful to a lot of people in our community. You know, if it's something that's allowed, even, you know, for now and going forward into the future, that would help, I would think, save costs for people on fixed incomes, and also get them service that they need so that they can participate in meetings like this. The other thing that it said in this information was that the government would have to give, I think, speak to how the money could be used 60 days after. So we're talking about, it said March 11th, President Biden signed the rescue plan into law. So 60 days, you know, would be May 11th, I guess, right? If it's neither here nor there. So, I mean, we're not talking about a long time. We're talking about 3 weeks to get some sort of guidance. So I think that we should wait and see what the guidance is before we start, you know, making lots of unnecessary cuts. I mean, there's things that probably could be cut, but there's also things that should be added. And I really think that like the Pawcatuck Neighborhood Center, the woman who runs the senior center, and I can't think of her name off the top of my head right now, she made it really clear that if those people are asking for that money, that they really need it. And she said she can only provide the service to the senior citizens in our town, whereas the Pawcatuck Neighborhood Center is helping families. And she said there is a big need. And so, I mean, maybe we don't feel the same pain that other people are feeling right now, but there are a lot of people struggling. And so I think if we can address those needs, then we should. And I yield for now.
Dan, can I add some
Are you
clarity
talking,
to
Dan,
this
of giving more
rescue
money to the
package
Pawcatuck,
money, please?
Center?
Dan? Dan,
Yeah, please go ahead, Mike.
the 6 days would be mid-May, but I was on a call today and I've tried to give as much clarity as I have to this. So I hope people will listen, because I am on a lot of calls where this stuff is talked about. It's possible we'll have the guidance by mid-May. However, if you're talking business days and there was not clarity as to whether this would be calendar or business days, it would be potentially early June. To me, this rescue money is not something that we need to think about as you guys are planning this process. If you think about the potential costs that we already have outstanding that these monies could be used for, it easily eats up the first tranche of money that we're going to get in the first half. And what I'm talking about is the 298 Norwich Westerly Road funds in a building that we haven't been able to do anything with because we still have students in there We've had to keep it vacant. We haven't had to be able to fully execute our plans to lease it out. That's $150,000. Then you talk about the revenue shortfall we have, and this money supposedly could be used for revenue shortfalls, and that's $93,000. And then you talk about the per diem, which is $60,000. I mean, all of a sudden, we've already used the first half of this money. So I don't see a reason for the Board of Finance to worry about these funds as part of the process that we're going through right now. I think if you need to make changes within the budget, I wouldn't think about the American Rescue Package. We don't have the full guidance, but even when we do have the full guidance based on the limited guidance we already have expenses that this money could be used for and probably should be used for with further conversations down the road.
Thank you, Mike. Mike Anderson?
So when would the additional monies come in after the first tranche? And what, if there's nothing earmarked for it, does that go into, where does that go for now? Does that go into the general fund? Does it go into the undesignated?
So supposedly the 60 days is when we should have the guidance. And so again, that could be early May or it could be early June. And then supposedly 30 days after that is when we're supposed to have the money available. Now, is that 30 calendar days or 30 business days? We don't know. Even so, when the money does come, yes, it would go to, it would basically for us would go to the undesignated fund, I would think, and there'd be a process by which we would be able to allocate those funds.
Okay, so let's assume, Michael and everyone here, that this tranche goes in to pay existing debt that we can ostensibly use those monies for, 298, paying for the per diem, and that budget shortfall. There's going to be how much money is going to be available next year if that money, that first tranche is zero?
So we're supposed to get just over $500,000 as our cut on the town side. That
what fiscal year?
Over 2 fiscal years.
Okay.
So it's basically $250 a year. So as I just described, we have expenses that actually are more than that potentially. That doesn't mean there couldn't be some more funding. I mean, there's other revenue sources that we haven't even talked about that are being discussed that may come the town's way, but they're not.
Let's just stick to this, Michael. So you got 250 coming in. So say the first 250 is spent by what we have. Another 250 comes in fiscal year that we're talking about, 21, 22, that we don't know. It's going to go into the general fund, and we don't know necessarily what we're going to be able to use that for expenses for next year. So perhaps we can go back and revisit, a topic that we talked about before is, we have a 0.8 hole that we have to fill for the undesignated fund that we used last year. And again, if we go and only do half of that, 0.4, how much is that, Dan? 0.4 of what is it, 573 that we?
220,000.
So roughly whatever the tranche would fill next year, right? The second tranche.
Isn't that essentially treating it like de-obligated funds, Mike? That's going to be a problem the year after. I mean,
I understand that. I understand that.
Right.
But we're trying to mitigate.
Yeah, and that's how we got
things.
Right.
I understand.
It's time to pay the bills. I mean, it's hard to say.
So,
I hear what you're trying to do again, but and we all did last year. It's just sometimes we got to take our medicine. We got to make this thing whole. We got to make ourselves whole again and just stop the increase in spending. We're not cutting people's budgets. We're just saying no more increases this year. Let's just make this town whole financially.
the rescue plan funds, we're going to have to, for audit purposes, show exactly how every penny of that money is used. So yes, it will be put into the undesignated fund, but we do have to allocate it and use it for whatever the appropriate items are, as the
Understood.
guidance when we get the guidance. So I just want to make sure everyone understands we can't use it to do anything like that. We have to be able to show where it all went over the 2.5 year period that we have to spend it.
No, I understand that. I understand that. I mean, I'm just trying to address the gentleman Jim's question at the public hearing that, can't that 250 go to somehow benefit the taxpayer? The undesignated fund is their money. So if you don't fill the whole hole this time and if that money goes into the undesignated fund, but it's only obviously used for necessary obligations, we may not be able to, it may still, that 250 hole might still be, or 220 hole might still be there again next year, to your point. I mean, literally be there. And we already know it budget wise, it'll be there next year. But I'm just trying to listen for solutions for mitigating people's burden right now. I yield.
Brett, in consideration, we lost your sound.
Yeah, I blocked out. I said pretty much what I had to. I basically at the end when I was cut off, I'm saying I wasn't trying to argue. I'm just trying to come up with some solutions on, like Mike said, how do we deal with this with the taxpayers that are concerned, and giving us time to work through these process, I think allows us to make sure we're doing it right. That's all. Thanks.
Sarah, thank you. Sarah, coming back to you.
So I want to talk about the option of trying to push. I know it's probably extremely aggressive, but a tax freeze through. The state of Connecticut allows you to do a tax freeze on municipal property for people age 70 and older with no income requirements. I've read all about like what the eligibility is. They have to be living in the state of Connecticut for a year. I think this would help a significant number of folks in town. But it's not clear to me, and I would like to know if anybody knows how we actually go ahead and agree to do that. Because if we did that, that would actually help. There's approximately 700 voters, maybe a little bit more, that are age 70 above in our town. So, figure out what that translates to into actual taxpayers. It allows you to freeze it on the previous year's taxes. So if we could actually push it and get it done before our budget was passed in July, we could actually freeze everybody's taxes on last year's rate. I don't know how we do it. I'm happy to call whoever I need to in the town or the state to talk about it, but that could really help the subset of people that are really going to hurt. And then we could look at more sort of compromise ways to move forward if we could accomplish something like that. I yield.
Sarah, I think that would be a great initiative to get more information on that. I'm sure there would be an application process that with documentation that would have to be submitted with the application. And I think it shows empathy to perhaps a segment of those 700 voters. I don't know what impact that necessarily would be on revenue, which puts us back to, okay, lost revenue, how do we balance the budget thereby? So
it doesn't reduce taxes, it just freezes it. So we would lose for a segment of the population. I'm happy to call the tax collector. I don't know if there's a way they can pull some data without names on it that I could look at and I could crunch numbers, but it reduces it, it doesn't reduce it, it freezes it. So we're losing potential revenue for a period of time. But if and when they, you know, sold their house or moved on, we would get that revenue back. So, you know, for future, you know, with future families. So I think we're not going to lose any revenue that we're getting now. We're just not going to get quite as much, you know, going forward. So it'd be something to have to factor in to our calculations going forward. But, you know, the majority of the emails that came in, and I know, and when I, you know, listened in, a lot of the people calling in are saying, I'm, you know, a senior, I'm on a fixed income. This is really difficult for me. And I get it. I have a father who's also on a fixed income, and so I totally get it. And I just want something tactical we can do. We can talk about more budget cuts all day long. We already acknowledged the last couple times we met that we're not going to get a significant budget cut by cutting out $1,000 here and $1,000 there, and that's the problem we have right now. This, you know, if we could get some momentum behind it, could actually impact people in a positive way, and would be at least one tactical thing that we could try to get done in parallel to the other things that we've talked about. I don't know how to do it. So I'm hoping there's somebody on the line who can say, yeah, it's just something that the town can do within its own remit. It's not clear. I've read through all of the state information. It's very clear on how you categorize it. But nobody says, like, you have to call the State Department and sign up. Maybe you don't. Maybe the town can just decide that we're going to do it. Maybe it's a town meeting thing. I don't know, but
Sarah, we looked into the tax. The Board of Selectmen looked into this a couple of years ago, and I believe it is an act of the Board of Selectmen, but I would have to double check with the attorneys. The reason we didn't continue down the road, if I remember correctly, was by doing something like this, yes, you know, certainly could be helpful to a segment of the populace. However, it shifts the burden to, you know, a greater burden to another section. I mean, ultimately, but I'm happy to, at the direction of the Board of Finance, get more information if that's a direction the Board of Finance wishes us to look into. I would talk to the town attorney to confirm, you know, what would be necessary.
yeah, I hear you, Mike, and I agree that it does shift the burden to other people in the town. I think there are people willing to take that burden. We've heard from people who feel like they're underrepresented, that they want to move the town forward. They are okay with investing to be able to do that. But we you know, we have to take into account that there are people who are struggling. And so if we can start to address those segments that are struggling, we will be able to move forward initiatives, in my opinion, that plenty of other people in the town would like to be able to move forward with, including, you know, families who move into the town for the school system. I mean, I moved here for the school system. I am not unique. Like, there are many people who are here for the school system. And so, but you got to be able to try to, I don't know, work through it with everybody. And it doesn't seem fair to continue to increase the tax on the segment that is on a fixed income, and it's not fair to tax people out of their homes, for sure. So it's one thing we can try to do. Anyway, sorry, I'm passionate about it, and I'm done talking now. Thank you.
Well, I think it's an initiative that, you know, should be followed up, Sarah, and I'm willing to help, you know, with you to get to the right source, and what would it mean for them? What would it mean for the town? So,
yeah.
And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to develop that answer in this meeting, maybe even by our next meeting, but it's something we should pursue. Yeah. Brett, you're next.
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree with Sarah. That is something that we should look into. I know we've talked about it in the past on different boards and commissions. That it is something that does have to go through the selectmen and then through a town meeting, because the town meeting has to vote on it. But it's the same process is looking into the reassessment and the stepped approach. It goes through the same process. But then we would have to figure out a way to either reduce the budget to not increase more to those people that aren't on the tax freeze, or look into how do we dip into the undesignated fund in a way that works and doesn't put us in a situation a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. So that was part of my reason for saying, look, let's not focus so much on this timeline right this week, 2 weeks. Let's figure out a solution that works to get it done and look at all these possibilities and then put it to a town vote for our budget. A yield.
Sarah, did you want to come back on, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so Mike said that he, at the direction of the Board of Finance, he would inquire with the town attorney. Are we okay to do that inquiry just to see?
I'd like the Board of Finance, if I could be so forward, to ask for a vote to ask us to officially move that forward. So I can understand that there's true interest in this.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd make that motion.
I don't know if it has to, we can do it by polling. I mean, if there's a consensus by, unless there's a mandatory actual rigid request that we're asking Board of Selectmen, it should go to a motion, but it sounds like Board of Selectmen have already started some of this.
We talked about it, it was a couple of years ago. We talked about the idea of exploring tax relief. It was not all that specific, and we did not continue the movement forward, but considering, the fact is I would talk to the town attorney about it, and if it's an initiative that you just generally want us to further explore, specifically as it relates to seniors, I think it would be best to have a motion, just so that we can move forward with some confidence on it.
Yeah. My question, I guess, would be, why do we need to go to the town attorney when it is a state statute and there's plenty of other non-chartered towns that have this tax relief in place that we could monitor? I just hate spending more money with a town attorney than when there's plenty of towns that do have this in place, because it's directly in our state statute.
I mean, if you guys want to move it forward, we'll figure out how to look into it. So.
Great. Yeah, so Dan, if you don't think we need a motion, we don't need to make one, but if it's more official by doing that, I would like the selectmen to look further into it and on a expedient way.
I think the first selectman is suggesting a motion would have a little more strength in terms of making further inquiries. So if you're willing to make a motion, Brett.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask the Board of Selectmen to look into tax mitigation for the seniors in our town in the process involved.
Is there a second to Brett's?
I would second that, Dan. I think that's a good point that Sarah's brought up, and let's see what we can do with it.
Right. Any other discussion? Carolyn, did you have something to add, or go ahead?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that if we're talking about seniors that are having a hardship, maybe you could add in people that are disabled. You know what I mean? Things like that, so that you're not just focus. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it for those that are really in the most need, and not just, there are people that are over 70 on a fixed income, but they might have millions of dollars in their retirement plan invested. It just means that they don't, you know what I mean? So there's different scenarios. So, I mean, I think that people should demonstrate, or at least, document that they're having a hardship and that they feel that, they need this, rather than just blanket giving it to everybody. I think people should have to apply for it, to make it known that they need it. If they need it, they need it. if they don't need it, then they don't have to apply and they can continue to pay taxes. Like Sarah said, there's plenty of people that can pay it forward and are willing to pay it forward because they do have the means and they do, want certain things. So I would just like to add that if it's possible.
Hey, Carolyn, given that logic, that makes an awful lot of sense. Just so you understand, we made available the opportunity for a tax deferment for anybody who was in need in this year that everybody continues to say has been such a hardship, where, let's face it, everyone got stimulus money this year. So I don't think the hardship has been that bad for a lot of people, certainly some people. And I can tell you, we did not get many applications for deferment. So as much as I know I hear the same comments from a lot of the similar people on the meetings, I'm not, I know that there's a lot of different opinions on things. So I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, and that there's probably methods there. And certainly I'll talk with our assessor as well.
I used my stimulus to pay my property tax on my cars. So, I know there's lots of people that are struggling, whether I didn't apply for, any sort of hardship at the town, but, sometimes I have to pay a little later because I have to pay a little later, just like everyone else. There's other things that take priority, like putting oil in the tank or putting groceries on the table. So, I think that people realize that, and I think we just have to work together. Sometimes people are going through a hard time for a short time and then they come out of it. So maybe it could be for a period of time and then you reapply, you know what I mean? Like, so that, sometimes it doesn't, just because you're having a hard time during 1 or 2 or 3 years, doesn't mean, it will go on forever. So, there's probably things like that that should be in place as well.
I think if we move the motion forward, we're going to get all of that information, in terms of who would be eligible, what are the criteria. I'm sure it doesn't exclude disabled individuals. So, Mike Anderson, you're next.
as part of the discussion, this has got to be a system where you say, all right, we had a reval, taxes could potentially go up because of the reval for the people that are within this demographic. And you give them so much time where you have, their taxes are stalled at where they were before the reval. And then it goes back. And then at some point, the taxes have to be commensurate with whatever the town mill rate is. And in doing so, what I'm concerned is that, you have a lot of people in the Kingswood, Meadowwood area that are below that age and aren't disabled, that are now going to be incurring even a further burden because the revenue is lower. So if this is going to happen, I want the Board of Finance to start, I know this is the slippery slope that Paul doesn't want us to go down, but if this is going to be a limited time period where for 3 years, these people in this demographic are going to be, stayed at their original tax burden, somebody's got to make up that difference. And I don't think it should be on everybody else's back. So if there's money, whatever pot of money that is being the forbearance, whatever that equates to, should come out of the undesignated fund, because that's only for a limited period of time, Paul. You got year 1, you got year 2, you got year 3, and then the next year, everyone's got to pay the piper, and it's not. And then, you got your reprieve. And in the meantime, if that person sells their home or whatever, that money's got to come back. All those things have to be factored in. And I don't like to see everyone else's burden, because there's a lot of people that had that we're talking about there that are very concerned about this, that might not meet those thresholds, that then have to make up that burden unfairly. Because again, everybody whose taxes went up has had an increase in value of their home.
All right, I think the motion is one to just gather more information so we have more clarity as to how could this fit and even how it could be executed. You know, the other thought, and I'm not saying I'm a proponent, but with the increases on some of the properties for those people who really are in need, I mean, there is an opportunity for reverse mortgages, and now they've had equity dropped in their hands that, you know, heretofore they did not have. You know, but I'm not saying I'm a proponent of reverse mortgages, but for people who are really struggling, that is an opportunity. So, so again, I think if we reiterate the motion, Brett, your verbiage on the motion.
I should have wrote it down. It was to ask the Board of Selectmen to further look into tax mitigation. We were talking about seniors and we can add disabled, but
In line with the statute.
in line with the statute. I do, as I make that motion, I just want to say, Mike, I think what you were talking about was a little different. That was based on that reevaluation statute. That was just a certain period of time. This motion is based on Sarah's comments about relief for seniors, which would be here until they move out or pass on.
I'd like to move the motion. Sarah, did you have more to add in discussion? Okay. Dan Smith, yay or nay?
Yeah.
Mike Anderson,
Yay.
Paul Simon,
Excuse me, yay.
Brett Mastriani,
Yay.
Carolyn Howell,
Yay.
and myself a yay. So that motion passes 6-0-0. Okay. Well, let's kind of come back to the task at hand. I'm just going to throw something out there. You know, we're talking about the unassigned utilage of last year and having to put that back, having to move forward with a balanced budget. So all of these things are being linked. And where possibly could we make cuts? I mean, I think we've kind of, there might be 1,000, 2,000, so forth in general government, but we kind of wrung out the towel on general government, and that's demonstrated by the list that was brought forward in the public hearing. The debt we have an absolute obligation to and has already been agreed upon by the voting public relative to school modernization. So that brings us to Board of Ed. And, you know, if we were to cut that 440,000 in half, we're talking 220. And are we talking pulling 220 from the Board of Ed budget? Paul?
Yeah, and that was about equal to their increased expenditures this year.
Mhm.
I'm trying to look through my notes here.
Yeah, 251,727 was their increase, representing 1.78%.
So that would still leave them with a very small increase to their last year's operating budget. So these are the things that I think the hard decisions that we have to make just to make us whole again, right? To pay the bills that the monies we've already spent and we'll continue to spend in coming years. I think we're just asking for, me personally, asking for a year of not increases in operating budgets. We're not cutting, we're just not allowing increases to go forward this year. Somehow we can get our head around that. I think it'll do a lot for taxpayer relief this year. I know it's a difficult cookie to swallow. I think I said those words last week. It's, you know, there's a lot of increases we have to incur just to make us whole, and to have more spending on top of that, as warranted as it may seem, doesn't feel right for many in the town.
All right. Any comments relative to the theme we're on now and what Paul just had to say? Carolyn? And then Brett?
I just don't agree with just, I don't know, I just have a real problem cutting education like that. I know you're saying it's not cutting, it's just not increasing.
Well,
but
we're just not allowing more spending. That's all we're doing. We're
not
not
allowing
cutting.
more spending.
That's right. We're not allowing an increase in spending.
So, I mean, if you only want to stay on this topic, I guess I'll just pass, because I really, I think it's just far too complicated. After all the meetings I've watched, I think when this finally does go to a town vote, our budget, I think they should be separate so that we would know if they didn't pass for some reason, which area didn't pass, and then it could be narrowed down. But I did, if anybody's interested, I received some correspondence from a taxpayer this evening about ideas of things that could be reduced in the budget. And if anyone wants to hear them, I would be happy to read them to you after you get done talking about this topic. So,
Sarah? You're next.
Yeah, I agree with Caroline. I get, Paul, I totally get what you're saying, but it is cutting, and I don't want to go through what we went through last year, and you guys went through last year, and I watched with fascinating interest, where we asked them to cut, they cut things, parents get angry, they start to show up and call in, and then we put it back in so that we can, then pass the budget. It's just going to create a feedback loop. Right now, you do have people calling in who are concerned about the budget, but you don't have people calling in who are not concerned about the budget. So there's a, potential a bit of a misrepresentation in terms of people. And the minute you cut the Board of Ed budget, you're going to get all the parents calling in. So I don't think it's going to yield us what you're hoping it will yield us. I think it's just going to cause a loop where we go back and forth for a few more weeks and don't actually reduce much, if anything.
Brett?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we go into this, I don't think that we are done with the general government budget. I do think there are some cuts there, so I didn't agree with that statement that we should just move on to the Board of Ed. And regarding the Board of Ed budget, I see what they go through and what this having kids in the school as well, and see what a fantastic job they do, and also the challenges that they faced last year and this year. And I would hate to cut that budget now, especially without knowing, and this goes back to my point about if we can hold off a little bit to see what can potentially come out of our expected or unexpected expenditures, however you want to look at it, with the relief funds, that would then maybe one-time expenses that are in the Board of Ed budget or the municipal budget, but mostly the Board of Ed budget, and then take those out because they are one-time expenses. They can be covered with the relief fund. That could change this dramatically. And I think it's silly to try to cut and slash that budget when the students are in dire need of the services that we provide. And the reason that people are moving and also sending their kids here from out of town and paying tuition, it's a revenue source at this point. Sometimes I look at it and say we're not spending enough. And I know some people hate that, but I went to my daughter's lacrosse game at the high school yesterday, and I was shocked at how our fields are in such rough shape. Because then I was on Stonington and I had to drop something off there. And when you compare the two, it's crazy, but we don't look at the big picture sometimes. And I think going through and just saying, hey, we have to be 0% and slash it now, knowing that some of this money could be used out of the relief fund would be a detriment to our education system and a draw for this community. It's one of the few resources that people have that they get tangible results from. you know, and the people that don't have kids in school, I understand that they don't see that. But some of them had kids in the school prior, and for those people, I feel bad because all they see is, you know, they get to see our streets plowed and the transfer station and a few other things. But I think for the parents in the town, they really get to see the results that our tax dollars go to. And yeah, could there be slight cuts here and there in it? I think there probably can be. But I think some of the bigger things that might be able to come out of some of that can come out of through the relief fund. We just don't know yet. So
Okay.
I would hate to do that. Thank you.
Brett, again, I'm going to come back to some of the points I brought out earlier and Mike Ergo had mentioned. For us to make any significant change in where we are now in the proposed budget, even reducing it by $500,000 equates to roughly $280,000. There isn't $280,000 in my mind in review to be taken out of the general government. I just don't see that.
No, there's not 280 out of there, but there's $20,000 here, 5,000 here, 2,000.
Brett, 280 would have to be the cumulative to make sense.
Okay, so Dan, what are you saying?
I'm not done.
And neither was I, but thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you know, let's be respectful here. The other is that we've already demonstrated we've pulled out expenditures that are going to be, could potentially be covered by what we will get in the first tranche of this relief fund.
Okay, so Dan, are you saying that you don't want to see anything out of the general budget cut any further from the general municipality budget, but you want us to dive into the Board of Education budget? Is that what you're telling us right now?
Of course not. But what I had to do to provoke you, Brett, to make some sense out of all of this, is if we're talking about $280,000, we're giving Board of Ed, you know, 250 of that 280. And are you going to find 280 out of the general government?
Okay, I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying.
We pulled out expenditures that can already be met by the relief fund.
Okay, I'll yield.
Where did 280 come from? I feel like I missed
That's
that.
$500,000, Sarah.
Oh,
$500,000.
okay. I gotcha. Thank you.
You know, if we want to reduce the mill rate, let's talk in dollars and cents. $500,000 is $280,000. Tell me where it comes from in order to reduce this proposed budget. Carolyn?
I just think that when we talk about the revenue shortfall from this year and the spending that took place that we weren't made aware of until, you know, the actual amounts until like halfway through the fiscal year almost. I mean, those are the kinds of things that I think maybe, you know, that should come out of the undesignated fund rather than the, you know, rescue fund, if the rescue fund is meant to be used for certain things that are meant to like stabilize or grow the towns, rather than, you know, taking care of spending that really shouldn't have necessarily taken place to the extent that it did, or maybe we would have revisited it if we had been, you know, allowed to know the real facts, you know, in a timely manner rather than getting them very late in the fiscal year. So here we are, you know, we're almost at the end of the year, and it's now that we're just finding out the totality of all of this. So I don't know. I guess I just don't agree with not waiting to see what the rescue fund can be used for and have this as part of the conversation. I think it's important to really talk about, you know, where we are, where we're going, you know, trying to meet the needs of, you know, everybody, whether, you know, you're paying a lot of taxes or, you know, not a lot, but you know, it's all relative. So people, maybe they can't afford to pay a lot, but they're paying as much as they can, where you have other people who are paying more, but you know, they make certain choices. So I think there has to be a way that we can make it work for everybody, but we just have to all be willing to meet in the middle somewhere.
You know, Carolyn, out of respect to you and to Mike Ergo, I mean, he's telling us that at best of the first tranche, we're talking $250,000, which, okay, let's make it simple, equates to close to a $500,000. And yet we don't know that it can be used for budgeted items, that are already in the budget. And so the question is, we've pulled out expenditures that could potentially meet the criteria of utilization of those relief funds out of the budget. So then the question is, okay, if that's where the monies are going to go, it really hasn't impacted our budget and proposed mill rate. It means it would have to come out of the budget.
I yield. I'm not gonna keep going around in circles. Thank you.
Mike Anderson.
All right, I mean, the Board of Education increase in our present situation is 0.44, correct?
Yeah, yes.
It's 252,120 roughly.
Yeah.
So I couldn't find it in my notes anywhere. Does anyone have it? What out of that 252,120 increases, what was the contractual aspect of that?
I can answer that.
Yes. Yes, I was hoping you would be there.
Oh, I'm here. Our contractual obligation is 2.3% over last year's budget. I don't want to read. I don't want to read.
Can you give me numbers on that, Christine?
If I have so much paper here. Hold on a sec. $316,000, which is actually 2.24 because we had some savings in health insurance. And I don't want to have to represent our budget again, but we reallocated in 3 different buckets over $400,000 to come up with getting as close to your recommendation of 1.3 as possible. So we are under what our obligation is contractually.
That's what I want to know. Okay. So did you find, you obviously had to find other buckets to take from to get to that?
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. If you remember on page 40, we showed you 3 different buckets we went to. Because our need for this education system is a 4.4% increase. And it's not going to get better year after year after year if we continue down this road. And this is the only revenue stream other than property taxes coming into this town right now.
All right, that's, I just wanted to know, like, we're talking about an increase, and if there's cuts to be made for, what Paul's putting forth, I just want to know where those cuts are going to come from.
They'll come from line 211 and line 213, which is all salary. It's the only place I don't know where else they would come from. I mean, we had this conversation 12 months ago. I don't have the energy to have it now.
All right. Well, I wanted to be reiterated.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And we're
1211
just
for
to
anyone that's
reiterate
not.
too, we're in a position right now where we need more staff. We have so much intervention needs right now after coming off of a year of COVID, and we have stretched our staff as thin as we can stretch them. So any grant monies, things like that, that's going to try to get staffing to bring our students back up to speed, back to where they need to be, not just in education, but their social and emotional learning has been really hit hard in the last 12 months. And that's where our focus will be moving forward.
Are you all set, Mike?
Yeah, I would reiterate what Caroline and Sarah had to say. I'm not in favor of any cuts to the education budget. I yield.
Sarah, you're next.
I'm just gonna be extra provocative tonight. I think I know there were some folks who were vehemently against splitting the splitting the 0.8 mil increase over 2 years. So I'm just curious if folks are potentially more interested in having that conversation again, because when you talk about a half a mil, that gets you close to half a mil reduction and helps offset the impact of the, we talked about offsetting the impact of the reval. It's essentially the same thing. It's just us doing it over 2 years rather than coming up with a complicated matrix to do it over 2 years.
Brilliant.
I got one.
Christine Diaz, if you could weigh in, just so everyone understands what that means. It means potentially that we're presenting an unbalanced budget by doing that.
So the discussion is splitting the 440 to do 220 one year and 220 the next year?
Yes.
Yes, so it would, leave us in the exact same spot for next year. You all can decide to do what you want to do, but you're just kind of putting it aside until next year when we don't know what other needs the school is going to have and general government's going to have. And, looking at our capital line of 252,000, we have put off so many projects for the last 4 years. It's going to catch up to us soon. So not to put my opinion in there, but I have to. So
If I could make an observation that the Board of Finance, I think, should be aware of, and maybe you are, the Board of Finance basically asked us to come back at, I think 0 back when we finally got guidance, a month and a half ago or whatever. And we ultimately did that. If you look at the budget that you have that we presented, we have 69,000 in operating and we have negative 67,000 in capital. And the only increase is debt. So we've done what was asked on the government side. And ultimately it really is a 0 if you take debt out of it. So I think we've done what's been asked. I'll weigh in if the conversation goes further.
Thank you, Mike. Paul Simon?
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, I realize that these are awful decisions, but we heard from the public during the hearing. Last year, we heard from the public, we made adjustments. This year, it's wrong for us to ignore the wishes, the concerns of the public to give some kind of relief on what this proposed tax increase is going to be. Just paying our debt, just making our budget flat again is going to result in a significant increase to the town from a mill rate perspective. Let's just not make it any worse this year. And Christine, I know what it means for your budget, and I know the contractual things are part of your equation. But what can we do? This is our reality now. So we either have massive increases, or we make these hard decisions this year and not kick it down another year, another 2 years. We've done that for past several budget cycles, and it's all for good reason. But now we have to pay the bills. It's going to be a hard thing to do this year, but in my opinion, we must do it, or else it's going to be worse next year. It's going to be worse the year after that. That's all, Dan. Thank you.
So Paul, you're suggesting a decrease in the Board of Ed budget, with what you've just said.
I am suggesting that we reduce their requested increase. Yes.
And we've heard from Sarah and Mike on this, and I think Carolyn. Any others who would like to speak to that potential? Dan Smith, we haven't heard from you.
Pretty much everybody's saying what I'm thinking, so wise man keeps his mouth shut.
For those who have been speaking, just so I have clarity, which side are you on?
I'm kind of between Paul Simon and Mike. We're in a really tough spot, and I think we are probably better off to pump the brakes a little bit and get a little guidance. Because honestly, as you guys have been talking this whole meeting, I've been looking through, and you can nickel and dime this thing, and we're in a bad spot. So that's where I'm at right now. I yield.
All right. Anyone else at this point? I think we've heard from just about everybody. Sarah, you're back up.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, like, to try to get to a solution, right? We have two options. There is cutting budget, which means salary, which means people lose their jobs in a time where we don't want people to lose their jobs. Everybody's hurting already. We have three options. Three. Let me lay them out. Get my PowerPoint, right? We're going to cut salaries because that's the option. We know that. If you can call it, reductions or not increases or whatever. It's going into salary. It's people losing their jobs. We can leave it exactly as is, and the cost increase impacts everything. Or we can do the proverbial kick it down the road again, half of it, all of it, whatever. I get why that's unpalatable, and I appreciate Christine's input there. But those are our options. Like, those are the three options we have, period. I don't think waiting is going to get us any more information. I don't think we want to make that decision tonight because it sucks. But I don't think waiting gets us anywhere, because to the first selectman's point, we already pre-spent the first tranche of our American Rescue Funds. So I think we just have to figure out which one sucks less, hold our nose, and dive in. I'm going to turn video off for a second. Thank you.
Well, and the other is, as we have heard from a number of people from the public hearing and from correspondence about the budget and people not wanting to pay higher taxes. A lot of that is weighed on the reval, and that's something that we don't have the authority to undo. That is something that's mandated. And there's very rigid standards as to how those valuations come forward. And for those who felt as if they were not fair, that's what we have an appeal process for. So, it comes down to what Sarah was saying, making some decisions that are very tough tonight, or going to a referendum and finding out how we fare, hopefully with broader participation. Brett, you're next.
Yeah, I would like to ask Carolyn. She said she had some recommendations that she was going to read. I would love to hear those. That's it. Yield.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to start by saying Nick Mullane approached me prior to the beginning of the meeting at the school the other night, and he asked me, do you like this budget, that they're presenting? And I said, no, I don't. And I don't like it. I think that there's stuff that should be added in, and there's stuff that could be cut. That being said, he's not the one that sent me this. So do you want, I'll just go down maybe line by line, and then we can talk about it. Maybe that would be helpful. The first idea was to consider freezing non-union salaries of the admin finance officer, highway foreman, inland wetlands, rec director, ACO, registrars, civil preparedness, fire marshal, senior center coordinator, agent for the elderly, accounting generalist, adjust social security and pensions accordingly. So I'm not sure what everyone's thoughts are on that.
Is there a total on that? Like without actually,
Yeah, that's where I was going. Is there a number?
There's not a number on this. I mean, I'm sure we could figure that out.
Some of those would be contractual, even though they aren't in the union, just so you know. But there's a lot of those would be possible.
Christine Diaz, do you have a sense of just ballpark what that number might be?
I think it's less than $5,000.
I don't think it's a big number.
Okay, so I'll just maybe $4,500 just to have a number.
Sure.
Item number 2, eliminate additional zoning enforcement position, line B34.071, adjust social security accordingly.
Was that around, if I'm thinking about the right position, around $15,000?
No, the total for that line comes up to 12,000. So I want to say it's less than 5,000.
Okay, so not even 15.
Okay, so another $4,500 ballpark.
No, I think what she was saying, if it was a limit, the position was eliminated altogether, $12,000.
Well, we can't, it's an existing position. We wouldn't eliminate the wetlands.
All right, you were cut out, Christine. I'm sorry, I didn't get all of it.
Sorry. Yeah, no, so it's again less than $5,000.
So that's the increase is less than 5,000. Is that what you're saying, Christine?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Item number 3, eliminate B1.07 Selectman's Office expense, and I'm just quoting, slush fund, 13 in expenses year to date.
Carolyn, can you repeat that? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm just reading what was written. Eliminate B1.07 Selectman Office expenses. And then it says slush fund, 13 in expenses year to date, $13. So
B107 is $1,000. And that's, I just, again, want to clarify, anything that's in B1, it's not just the Board of Selectmen's expenses. It's all of the positions that fall under the Selectman's office, my position, the admin, the accounting generalist, and the grant writer. So those are office expenses for us that are specific to our duties. And I'll look at the report I sent you guys for today's meeting to see what's been spent. Okay, so far $64.21 has been spent out of that. But again, we only use that for things that are specific to our office. Everything else comes out of the town hall expenses.
okay. So item number 4 is B16.05. This says rec center, eliminate building expenses by moving to middle school wing.
There's a 15-year lease that's signed with the fire company for that building. So I don't.
That's true. However, there's no reason we could board it up and move, just shut down all the utilities, and it's not out of the realm of consideration. I'd like to make a point, if I could. if the board of, and I don't mind hearing all these suggestions, certainly from Carolyn. But what I would suggest is that if the Board of Finance would like to reduce the Board of Selectmen's general government budget or any of the budgets further, that the Board of Finance could send back a number to the Board of Selectmen, since we are probably, in my opinion, better positioned to make decisions, having a vantage point of operations of the town, that you pick a number and send it back to us and we'll live with it. I mean, we did our best. We can try to do better. I mean, that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I would just like to hear the list at least.
Oh, it's good. I'd like to continue to hear it. It's very good.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, so item number 5, B20.05, medical/dental insurance, reduced town contribution for non-union, the same as union.
What was that line item again?
B20.05.
Are you guys just looking for me to respond to all these? Because if that's the case, then I'll do it, but I don't know if you want me to or not, so.
I'd be happy if you would. I'm not sure. I just got this right before the meeting tonight, so I'm just.
Okay. So this is similar to the non-union people to eliminate their increase. There are contracts with the majority of those people. So they have a set percentage for the contribution, just like the union does. It's a different amount, but those are signed contracts. So that's not really an option.
Item number 6, B23.15, KNSA, I guess it's keeping North Stonington affordable. Eliminate funding, no value to town. That's what it says here.
So that's $875 in the budget.
Item number 7, B27.08, overtime snow removal, amount not justified, reduced to $50,000.
I think that's
Actually,
risky.
we've already justified that in a prior meeting that that is a justified number.
Item number 8, B27.03, town garage expenses, only 35% of current budget spent to date.
And that's just how the year flows. There's other expenses that are going to be more heavily weighted toward the end of the fiscal year, so.
Carolyn, is there more on the list?
Yes, I was just looking to see what that number was. B27.17A, transfer station overtime. Shouldn't use much overtime, if any. 3-person crew can be reduced to 2 on Saturday if employee out. Never had 3 prior to 2018.
That's an opinion. And some of the overtime in there is the snow removal done by the people that work at the transfer station. So in the report I sent you guys, that was almost $10,000 of that expense. So
Item number 10, B30.03, library not year for excessive increase, suggests 60,000.
What was that one again?
Library.
But I
reduce
did
the library to 60,000.
60.
Yeah, it's 70 right now. So whoever developed the list is suggesting it be brought to 60. I'm assuming it wasn't Carolyn who developed the list.
No, I'm just reading. I'm just the messenger here. Let's see, number 11 is B34.09, affordable housing shouldn't have expenses, have provided no benefit.
Again, that's $500.
Item number 12, C304, town building maintenance. This has always been for new and old town hall improvements. Selectmen have provided no list of projects and quotes previously used for new roofs, renovate offices, floors, boilers, outside painting, etc.
We've added buildings to the inventory of the town. We now have the rec center. We have 298 North Wesley Road. We have the Center for Emergency Services. So I feel we definitely need more money in that account, not less.
Item number 13, C3.35 farmhouse. Why no list of projects and quotes, over 19,000 remains unspent in capital fund from previous years.
So we are in the middle of a conditions assessment and feasibility study that we got a grant from the State Historic Preservation Office to identify the list of projects that need to be completed. I want to say that if we were to do everything in the draft, it's over $300,000 worth of repairs. So there is a list. It is being formulated by a professional organization to do so through grant funds, and the money that's in that account is there because we haven't gotten the final invoice on that grant.
And the last item, other, consider using 200,000 from undesignated fund to help balance budget after making reductions to reduce 100,000 following year and eliminate after that.
Sounds like they agree with me, just saying.
First sensible thing said so far.
Just roughly, the total that we were coming up with was less than $20,000. In that you were the messenger, Carolyn, I would take this as correspondence, and as such, I would like to know who submitted the correspondence.
The email was received from Sean Murphy, and I can forward it to you all. I just received it right before our meeting tonight in the email for the town.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a good thing to do. And as we'll show in the minutes that was part of correspondence. And again, it's a far cry from what I was putting on the table to consider. I mean, to move this by $500,000, you know, we're talking $250,000 to $280,000.
Well, if you look at the 200,000 out of undesignated fund and about 20-something thousand, you're getting there, but that's using the undesignated fund, it looks like.
Well, the use of the undesignated is one of the issues at hand. We did that last year. And then whether or not that should be split over a 2-year period, but not knowing what will come up in the next fiscal year, almost 2 years from where we are now, you know, is that prudent? I think we've heard from a couple members that feel that it's not.
I think at one point we were split down the middle.
Yeah.
Mike
Yeah.
and I are fans. There's
think
some folks that aren't.
We're split. Yeah. Carolyn's your hand back up? I'm sorry.
Actually, I never put it down, but I mean, I'm not opposed to splitting it up over a few years to just, you know, ease the burden. I do think it needs to be paid back, but also knowing, you know, the general public right now, I think is putting, you know, freeze on expensive. People are just trying to be conservative right now because we just don't know where this whole thing is going with the economy. I mean, I looked up the unemployment rate for the state of Connecticut right now is 8.3%. That's not to say that there aren't jobs, but you know, there are a lot of people out of work and they're having to pay, you know, their health insurance premiums while they're not working. I don't know. I mean, I think that we just have to kind of make a plan and work the plan, but we have to do something. We have to meet somewhere in the middle.
Is someone willing to put forward a motion to split the unassigned at 0.8 over a 2-year period?
I would think something with, if you split it, we should still be looking for cuts in other places too. I think just splitting it just is one part of that solution.
Cutting from where, Brett? Could you be specific?
I mean, if you just go through that list, so I love the library, but I do think it's a big increase since the last time, and I know it's underfunded according to, you know, other areas, but is this the time, like it was said in the beginning, to make that whole this year? You know, I look at it as the last time the town voted on this budget for what we were giving the library, it was about, I think, $30,000 or $35,000. We upped it last year. The town didn't actually vote on it, and now we're at $70,000. So we more than doubled what we've been giving the library since the last time the voters had a choice. So, I mean, that's just one thing in that list that would have somewhat of an impact. Because it's at least 10 grand on that. And then you out of that list, that's what I see. I don't think we have enough specifics on some of those other requests, but I would look at reducing the library a little bit.
Brett, am I to assume that you have the list that Carolyn has as well?
No, I just wrote it down as she was speaking. So I made
Well,
notes.
you talked about reviewing the list.
Yeah.
I want to be careful that things that are important to the Board of Finance are not colluded. And
Dan,
if you do have the
Dan,
list, I'm going to feel uncomfortable.
Dan, I wrote a list right here.
Okay.
She just
I
listed.
wrote the list down, too, Dan. So just to be fair to Brett.
I just want to be fair to everyone. He was referring to the list as if he had the list in front of him. So
It was Dan, this targeted attack toward me, it has to stop. Really, this whole meeting has been unacceptable. As a chairman of a board, you should be a little more respectful to the rest of your board. There were things that I've said that Mike Anderson said exact same thing, yet you come out and attack me for it. Enough's enough, Dan. I've had enough. And this is one of the reasons that there was a vote of no context or confidence in you a few years ago. I have to take exception to this. And as another board chair, I've never seen disrespect like this to board members. But I have a list that's written down. Thank you.
well, it just seemed curious to me that the list was not submitted to the Board of Finance, but to an individual.
Dan, she went through a list one by one. And she said, I'm going down the list, 1, 2. So I refer to it list. I don't know if you can see my scratch here, but that's what I was going through. So I said, out of that list, this is where I have some numbers.
I mean, no attack. If it was perceived that way, Brett, I apologize.
I would just like to clarify that I received this email. It came in my email this evening. I mean, it says Wednesday, 4/21 at 9:42 p.m., but it's actually it's whatever that is, because the time is off in the office 365. I'm not sure how or why, but I have it here. There is no colluding going on. I just received this evening, so I don't know why it wasn't sent to everyone, but I'm just speaking on behalf of the taxpayers. I had people reach out to me. I had, like I said, this morning I got a phone call from another taxpayer who wanted me to ask about the per diem. You know, I know that was brought up by a couple of people at the meeting. on Monday. I did not speak to it because everyone thinks that I favor the fire company, which is not true. What I favor is providing services to all taxpayers in town so that, you know, everyone's paying taxes. So the things that I really support are the things that benefit everybody, like emergency services, you know, the library, plowing of snow, things like that. You know, and then there's things that benefit a lot of people, like our social service department. So I really take offense to the statement that you made again, Dan, because this had come up before in regards to, you know, whether or not there was collusion going on. And I don't appreciate that at all. I think it is disrespectful. And I
Well-
want to be clear that I'm just passing along the information that the taxpayers are giving me. I don't know why they don't reach out to everyone, but I don't have any control over that. But I do feel that I have a duty to speak up because I am representing all of the taxpayers. Whether I agree with everything on this list or not, I'm just reading the list. So I think it's important to have these discussions because where else are we going to get this information? You know, I don't have time. I don't have the knowledge to go through every single thing, but there are things that, you know, Sean Murphy was a past selectman. Nick Mullane was a past selectman. They do have information as to where there might be savings, you know, along with a lot of other people in town. So I think it's important to listen to what they have to say, and whether we agree with it or not is a separate issue, but at least you should hear, you know, their explanation of it. Or, you know, at least ask the question, does it make sense? If it doesn't make sense, then fine, we move on. But we are a board and we are representing all the taxpayers. And I yield.
Mike Anderson.
I'm just going to speak in Dan Springs' defense right now. I mean, basically, you have a correspondence that only goes to one person at the last minute. You have Brett, to be fair to Dan, you know, you chime in and say, hey, I want to hear what the list is all about. And then, you know, there's a fear of, you know, correspondence not going to the whole board and whether or not there's FOI issues. So if I'm a chairman of the board, I'm a little concerned, and I want to make sure that things are being done properly. And, you know, I am not a fan at all of bringing up past political gripes. And you've done it twice since, you know, in several board meetings, and it makes me very upset. I respect you tremendously, Brett, and I wish you would not do that to our present chairman. I think it's completely out of order. If this board right now wants the Board of Selectmen to make some more cuts, you know, somebody make a motion, say, you don't have to say what line item, say, I want 10,000, I want 15,000, I want $20,000 cut out, and let's be done with it. And it's not going to be me making that motion.
Yeah, in fairness to the first selectman, I mean, he's our top administrator of the town. I mean, that's what he's requested from the Board of Finance. And as I said on numerous occasions, that those who are closest to the line items or to the front know what's most important versus other items. And they should be given the opportunity of weighing in, even though by the handbook for boards of finances, state of Connecticut, we do have the authority to go to a line item, but you know, we're trying to develop the best possible outcome. So since we're at a little bit of an impasse here, and you know, whether or not we can develop something constructive, you know, as we move through into the third hour of our meeting. You know, I do think there's a responsibility to respond to the taxpayers. There's no question there.
And I'll make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Sure, go ahead, you can.
All right, I make a motion that we take from the undesignated fund half of the amount that we took last year, which is whatever the 0.4 equates to
Yeah,
include
$20,000.
$220,000 to be included as revenue for this year's budget.
Do we have a second to Mike's motion? I'll second the motion. Any further discussion? Dan Smith.
Okay, well, I'll open my mouth now. Dan, wasn't it brought up by Christine that if we do this, we will be operating under an unbalanced budget, which would be a violation of state statute?
Yeah, I actually brought it up, that it would be an unbalanced budget.
It would be an unbalanced budget, and we also be going against our brand new policy.
How are you going against your policy?
Because in our policy for the undesignated fund, we state that we have to have a balanced budget.
But I think
And
you're
how do
using
we- how
to
did we do it
balance your
last year?
budget.
That's why I'm asking the question now.
Christine,
You as,
I don't know if you were breaking up. Go ahead.
as far as I understand, you as the Board of Finance have the ability to use the undesignated fund to balance the budget. So I would just kind of reword Mike's motion a little bit, not to use it as revenue, but use it to balance the budget. But I don't see an issue with that. And I don't think I think it's one of the appropriate uses that you have in your new policy. I'd have to pull it out.
Well, the thing is, it was stated that it would be an unbalanced budget, and I'm just stating the fact that it would be an unbalanced budget. So the wording would have to be revised.
Okay.
I don't think we can use it as revenue. That's
Right.
all I'm saying. However you guys want to do it, I'm just, we could say it's a technicality or not. It's, if we're gonna go down this path and put it up for a vote, I think we just need to make sure that Dan said we'd be operating on a balanced budget. The undesignated policy and state statute states we should be operating under a balanced budget. I think we just need to be technically correct. That's all.
Yeah, so Mike, your motion should just be that you would use half of the amount that was used last year to, from the undesignated fund to balance the budget.
Isn't that what you
The
just said?
only-
We
The only
shouldn't
way
do.
we get there is offsetting it with expenditures. Which means 220 would have to come out or be eliminated from expenditures.
Does anyone have the minutes from last year?
We don't have Ann with us. I don't have the archive in front of me, Mike.
I can look. I think it's probably online.
When I spoke before about why you shouldn't do something, I didn't say you couldn't. I said that you were just kicking the can down the road and you shouldn't. I didn't say you couldn't. You as the Board of Finance can use the money to balance the budget. You're the only ones that can make that decision to pull from the undesignated fund.
No, I think we understand. I know we have, and yeah.
Anybody have a guess around what month in 2020 that conversation was?
Had to be around this time, right?
I think
Yeah.
it was April. I'm pretty sure it was
Okay.
painful.
I think one night I went to bed because you guys like outlasted me, but it was an impressive feat. Let's see. It would be 2020, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not losing my mind. Well, it's just weird. I looked up April 29th, 2020, and I saw references to Mustafa.
well, Mustafa was leaving the board to become treasurer.
At that, but he was still there. I see a motion by Mike Anderson to authorize BOF to take 225K from the undesignated fund to cover the revenue gap. That can't be right. It had to be later.
It was later. You guys made the decision
Late.
after the hearing or something like that. I remember you further took from the undesignated fund.
Right, it was when you set the mill rate.
So maybe like end of May.
It could have been early June.
Yeah, that's probably when it was.
I got June 3rd. Give me a second. Hmm. I don't, June 3rd has a couple different motions to remove money from the undesignated fund. You guys were playing with the mill rate options, but they're none of them equal to 420. One is for 150. Let me go later. There's a motion that passed. So is it possible you did it in two steps? There's a motion that passed on June 3rd to move an additional 157,068,000 from the undesignated fund to the revenue side to drop the proposed mill rate to 29.5. It passed.
It
And the
was,
mi- and the-
as you
and the
recall, I
movement
think
was
it wasn't
levied.
a step.
Hmm?
I think that is correct. We put in addition to what we had originally proposed.
Yeah, so you've got, hold on. So June 3rd, you had 150,768. That motion passed. And if I go back to the meeting right before it. There's nothing.
There's a special meeting on June 3rd.
Yeah, that was the one I was in.
Yeah, that's. Must have been done in two different votes.
Yeah, I think it was.
But the language was motion by Mike Anderson to move an additional $150,768 from the undesignated fund to the revenue side to drop the proposed mill rate from 29.5 or dropped up the mill rate to 29.5.
Try June 9th.
I had June 9th open.
And that motion passed 4-2.
Yeah, that's the June 3rd
June
one.
3rd.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a motion on June 9th, Dan, are you? So there's a motion. There was a motion on, there's a motion on April 29th. That passed for 225K. Let me find it. Motion by Mike Anderson to authorize BOF to take 225 from the undesignated fund to cover revenue gaps, seconded by Mustafa. Vote 510, motion passes. So that's April 29th. Doesn't quite get you to the 4. 150, 768, and 225. 337, 5 and change. There was some discussion about 65,000 that comes in and out of various, I don't know what it's for. It's been in a number of the minutes, but it doesn't look like it ever actually passed, so. And the one on June 3rd was the one that you set the mill rate, I believe. So that would have been the last one.
Right, where you took an additional amount.
So I don't, why were we looking for this? I just want to get back to the thing we're trying to solve. Is it the wording that we want to replicate or the number that we need?
Every time we said we're going to take money from the undesignated fund to cover a revenue gap.
Yep. That is accurate. Yeah. Motion by Mike Anderson to authorize BOF to take 225 from the undesignated fund to cover the revenue gap. That was on April 29th. And then June 3rd says, motion by Mike Anderson to move an additional 150,768 from the undesignated fund to the revenue side to drop the proposed mill rate to 29.5.
Yeah, I think that's how we got to it. We wanted to come to a 29.5 mill rate. And then the shortfall was going to come from the unassigned.
I don't mind that language, and we're trying to get what's the mill rate if we drop it by 220,000?
You're taking off 0.4 roughly. So you would be down to 28.8.
Right. But that's when we use that language, Dan, because we were setting the mill rate ourselves.
That's
correct?
That is correct.
Dan Smith, to your point, of course, we don't want to have an unbalanced budget, which means we have to have as much money on the revenue side as we have on the expenditure side. It's like I have a savings account. Like if I'm short this month, because that's where the checks come in, and I have to take from my savings account to cover because I don't have enough in my checking account right now. It doesn't mean it's not my money.
I understand that, but Dan was talking about, and he said it, and that's why I picked up. I'm like, wait a minute, if we split this, it's going to be considered an unbalanced budget. That's all I'm saying, guys.
Right, but you're using it to balance the budget,
You are using it to balance the budget.
which you are allowed to do.
So Dan, are we wrong or are we right for doing this?
Yeah, if we were actually balancing the budget and keeping expenditures where they are, it actually would mean that we're taking another 220, give or take, out of the unassigned to balance.
Right.
Yep.
And we'll have to
Which
do
is
it
what we're-
next year
which
and
is
the year after.
which is
We're still
And that-
spending the same amount, guys.
And that's
This-
how
Paul,
it's
there's no
moved
question about
forward.
it. It's just a question of when do we fill that revenue gap
Right.
with actual new taxpayers' dollars.
That's right.
It's
That's
just
right.
half is going to be done this year and half is going to be done next year. It's just, mitigating the burden during a certain time when people are not, fully back to their full earning capacity. Not everybody, but enough people that are feeling it this year that,
Right. And
it's,
you don't think the problem is spending?
I don't think this problem is spending because the town needs additional capital expenditures that are going to be necessary. What I would say is that, and I know you were part of this process before, Paul, with regard to the teachers' salaries and negotiations with the union, I don't want to cut teachers, and I want to provide as much education as they need. I think everybody in that school system, and I think the Board of Education that we have right now is so top notch that they're pushing for fixing the issue that we all see as the biggest burden, is that these contractual increases that are squeezing us to death. And that's got to be really the big focus. And I think it would be the focus for them going to the future in lowering our expenses, is figuring out, do these people that work in our school system love their jobs enough to understand that we cannot sustain giant increases every year? And that's the reality, and that's really got to be kind of the focus in the next 5-6 years. I mean, I hear from other people in other towns where they, teachers are accepting the fact that they're not getting huge increases because that's how valuable they feel about the community that they're in and the job that they're in. That's where I see this, us going forward, and maybe that's the same on the government side with, workers understanding that, the benefits of the jobs here and the benefits they have in this town, limit the fact of how upwardly mobile it's going to be at this point. So I'm not saying that we're not going to be focused on the expense side, Paul. And I think that this board has been focused on that. It's a question of not hog-tying the one area of our budget, of our system here, the Board of Education, that's going to bring in $400,000 in revenue that we never had before in the next 3 years. Right now we're seeing money coming in from kids from Voluntown that's going to be in the budget. There's going to be other kids from Preston, and next year hopefully there'd be more than 5 and more than 8 or 9, whatever many they're coming in right now. And Preston, from my understanding, paying in arrears. So that money is going to be there next year and the year after. And so that's going to help offset some of these things that we're struggling with. And we're always focused on, and Dan, let's go back to Dan point, for 2 to 3 years now. rather than focus, yes, obviously we got to keep an eye on expenses, but let's keep the eye towards revenue as well. And what we can bring into this town, and that's going to cost us some money, but look around the towns around us. We are lower than most.
Right, right. No,
My poor in-laws are in Norwich. They got 50 mills. Imagine that.
To give you a
I
little bit,
yield.
a little bit of
Finally.
of summation as to why we're where we are, is that we've done a lot of the right things. We've invested in our community, and it's brought up real estate prices over the 10-year. The mill rate increase for taxpayers last year was only 1.7% increase. And we did that by using the unassigned, because we had the unassigned, because we had been prudent and built up an unassigned that gave us the opportunity to utilize it and mitigate the tax burden. So then we had the reval, and because of the investments we had made in town, we saw real estate prices move up our grand list by 8%. And quite frankly, in majority, that's the only strata that we have to increase the grand list. It's over 90% of our grand list is residential homes. And we've increased the value of people's homes. So I've got to see that as a plus, and that, we had the fiscal position to be able to use the undesignated to levy the tax burden. So that was only up 1.7% last year. Now, if it had been up, 3%, still probably would have been palatable if we hadn't used the unassigned, or not to the level we did. But we carried it forward into this year. And that's what, it's not because we've done wrong things. It's kind of good things that have happened that now have created a reset. So the only way we answer to the public in terms of reducing taxes is reduce expenditures. And again, I have to put it out there. We're talking 250 to 280,000 to move the needle, a $500,000, or we use from unassigned again. And if we use from unassigned again, we've compounded what we did last year. Even though it was a good thing, we're compounding it, the problem.
I don't like the word compound so much, but
It's factual though. And I love that word. That's real. And that's exactly
you like
what
it because it agrees with you, Paul. I don't know that it's accurate.
Yeah,
It's accurate.
It's not compounding.
It's cumulative.
We're having it. It's ongoing.
And it continues.
Compounding. It's continuing by half, which means we're fiscally responsible by getting back half.
Means we're spending too much.
To Mike's point, doesn't mean that in the future we can't unwind it. We see that with the Fed Reserve. In order to kind of control interest rates, they'll buy bonds out of the market, or they'll sell them, and so that's how they're unwinding, their fiscal management. So in some ways it's similar, but it doesn't make it that much easy for the taxpayer to understand either.
But we also just go back to our building project.
Yeah.
We, rather than burden the taxpayers with a $3 million increase at one time, we did it incrementally so it could be palatable.
Sure.
We're kind of just, all right, guys, we gave you a 0.8 break last year, and I'm sorry, but we can only give you a 0.4 break this year, and next year you're going to get no break. We're trying to do the best we can given the circumstances.
Yeah, and as I said in the public hearing, if you listen to it, we were kind of debating the mill rate. I went over the mill rate history, but more importantly, by the taxpayers agreeing to the school modernization program, it added accretively a little over $2 million to where we are. So if we hadn't done the schools at all, you know, we would be talking in the 27s today, mills. But in fact, that's not the case, you know. And what we've done is created state-of-the-art schools, not one, but two. And that, you know, their combined value, a little over 38 million, of which we are, you know, probably financing something like 22 million against 38 million. So not a bad deal. All right, so
can I think of semantically here about this balanced budget thing?
Sure.
Just because I'm thinking to myself, we have revenue right now, right? Under this budget. So under this budget that's right here, there's a certain, this budget right here is balanced, correct?
That is correct. Well,
all right.
The draft that you've got in your hand is unbalanced, would only be balanced by a 29.2 mil.
Correct.
Okay. Because the numbers show the shortfall in revenue, Mike, because they kind of bring it in parity. We took 27.4 against the new grand list. So that's what you're seeing in revenue, which then applied to expenditure shows us that we have to develop a 29.2 mil to make it work out.
Okay.
Balanced.
So I'm just trying to think of how to word a motion that reflects that.
So Mike, I would recommend, because we don't have exact values for certain things, because based on what, you know, you can say 220,000, but that's not going to be exact based on the mill rate. So I would authorize a value up to $220,000 to be taken from the undesignated fund to balance the budget.
Mike,
in order to create a certain mill rate, so we can clarify that, or?
Well, I don't think you want to put the mill rate into your motion because you're not at the point where you're setting the mill rate. So that's why I think you should use not to exceed or up to a value of, because if I were to change my calculations to a 28.8, it would only be taking $183,013 from the undesignated fund to balance the budget based on the 98.5% collection rate and all the other factors that go into it. So does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mike, the motion from April 29th reads, motion by Mike Anderson to authorize the BOF to take $225K from the undesignated fund to cover the revenue gap.
That was April 29th meeting?
April 29th, 2020.
So what Christine is saying, Mike, is that you're making a motion to utilize up to $220,000 to balance the budget. But if there's a shortfall, it means it's made up by the mill rate, is what Christine is saying. So you're only saying that we're willing to take 220,000 from the unassigned.
So I couldn't say to cover any revenue gap.
You could say that, yes.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yes.
So I can withdraw my prior motion.
Okay.
I move to authorize the Board of Finance to take up to $220,000 from the undesignated fund to cover any revenue gap in the 21-22 budget.
Okay, so I'll second that again, and now we have the wording. Dan Smith, you've got your hand up?
Yeah, just one thing that maybe I was a little late on. We haven't talked about 298. And are we comfortable as a board with going with that X'd out?
I think some of the things that, well, some of the things that have been discussed heretofore, just to bring us up to date, is that there's, I'm not gonna say strong, but high probability that the relief funds could be used against
if-
98.
If you remember right, a couple of weeks ago, well, actually, I think it was last meeting, the week meeting before, the lawyer was going to be brought in or talked to about, can we even put that to zero? And are we opening ourselves up to what I think it was Pam Patemry brought up about, what's the term? Is it-
Yeah, supplanting.
Yeah, supplanting. Thank you. If we open ourselves up to an issue with that, do we ever get a response back about that?
I haven't. I did make an inquiry, and the person I did use as a resource might not have been the best one. I don't have an answer to it, Dan.
Okay, I'm just thinking that because this, if we do have to, guys, if we do have to put something back in, that is a big number, possibly that we have to put back in, and that could affect this number that we're going to discuss about taking from the undesignated fund or adjusting it accordingly. I'm just bringing it to you guys' attention. I'm not trying to be, the Debbie Downer on this, but I just think we should be aware that that ruling is still outstanding if we have to put money back into the budget for that reason. Do you agree, Dan?
It's very possible, yes. And again, I don't have definition, but it's possible based on what Pam Patemry was saying, and I would say that she has a lot more knowledge relative to grant money than I do.
And this is the reason why it just kind of triggered in my mind. I'm like, yeah, maybe before we go with this, Mike, how do you feel about this? I know this is your motion. This is your, your 2-year thing that you're talking about. But do you feel the same caution I have with this? Mike Anderson.
Yeah, I know. I'm not a grant writer. I'm not, I do, I'm on a board for a nonprofit, and obviously, there's designated funds and undesignated funds, and they have to be used accordingly. I mean, I guess as far as any shortfall for this year, I feel like the funds are going to be available to use for that. And I'm not as concerned about that, just like I'm not concerned about, I'm hoping, I would prefer to have the second per diem fire person in this particular budget. But I'm fairly confident that we're going to be able to do so with the funds. So as far as next year being able to use the funds for the same thing, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to use the funds for the same thing.
No, I'm talking about 298 and
I know for the 298 as well. If we're able to use it to get this year for any shortfalls,
but we zeroed.
But I see your point.
We zeroed
whether or not we have what
we zeroed out that line, and the risk was about supplanting that, and because we had an original amount in that line item, and then we took it out. Do we open, Dan, am I correctly saying this?
Yes.
And I don't think that, Dan, I think that's a point. It's a really valid point. I think that's going to have to go to, are we going to, we have a motion on the floor for right now for one issue. I think that's definitely a valid, a discussion to have to say, do we want to reduce this Board of Selectmen's budget by $10, $20, $30,000 as was discussed previously? Or do we want to say, we think you need to add 20,000, but maintain roughly the same, other than that, you have to maintain the same operating expense you have right now. I think that's a discussion for about 5 minutes from now. But it's a very good point.
Okay.
Sarah, you're up.
Mike got there. I was just going to say, I agree with Dan. I am concerned about it. I want to address it. I don't think it changes this motion because I don't think we're looking to spend more money out of the undesignated fund. Right. So we would have to address that, but separately and figure out how we work through that.
Brett, you're recognized.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and at one point I was for splitting it up, but I don't think until we address 298 that I'm comfortable doing that, because I do have a problem that we keep spending money regarding 298 without any input from the taxpayer. So if this does go to a referendum, there is a chance the town could say, no, we're not approving that money. I think we keep putting our head in the sand saying that can't happen, but it realistically could. So we're spending money and then we're gonna beg for forgiveness later and hope the town votes it through. So I have a problem dipping further into the reserve fund, undesignated fund, until we look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move the motion.
Can I comment on that first?
Sure, Mike.
I mean, what does one have to do with the other? I mean, right now we're just saying we want to potentially add revenue to relieve the tax burden on the taxpayers. Whether or not we also in 5 minutes say, guys, we need to put money back in this budget for 298, which the taxpayers are going to see and be able to vote on. That change timing wise. Just, I don't know why you would vote no or have a question or not want to vote on this issue until we do that. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. One has really nothing to do with the other.
To me, it does have something to do because it's the total money in the undesignated fund as well, when we look at it. And if we're looking to take out another 150,000, that changes the whole aspect of some of these things. So it does. It's about looking at the whole picture and not just piece by piece and then following. I worry that by doing this, we are going down the same path that Connecticut has gone down with unbalanced budgets and spending more. And each year we keep saying the same thing. I mean, if you look up the notes or the comments even from last year when we did it, I mean, Joe Gross said that we should reduce the budget by the amount we should reduce the budget by the amount of revenue shortfall and not dip into this. So it seems like we keep doing it. So if we don't look at the whole picture, and 298 is part of that picture and continues to be, I just don't feel confident we're making the right choice here until we have all that information.
It is still part of the picture. It's still part of the picture and it's still part of the discussion. Right now, we're just saying we did something last year. Do we want to hit the taxpayers with all of it this year? It's as simple as that. And I'm saying no. I say we should hit them with half of it and half of it again next year. Not saying we don't want to fill that gap because we know we have to. It's just a matter of timing.
But you don't want to look at the spending at all. You just want to look at.
No, I'm saying no. We're going to have to look at the spending in 5 minutes after we vote on this particular issue. You either want to take back the full 0.8 right now, or you go 0.4 right now and 0.4 next year. That's the only question.
Then I'd prefer to do it in the reverse order. Just that's me personally. I'd rather look at the expenditures and then look at this portion of, because this is one, you're right, one portion of that, but I'd like to do the latter first. So that's just my take. Thank you. I yield.
I mean, and I don't disagree with that. If I would love if this board says we want to take 0.4 off this, so now that we're at 28.8, and you guys want to do something else to take it down to 28.7 or 28.6, I might agree with you, or I might not. Or it might go back up to 20.9 because we think we need to put money in for 298. It's, you know, it's a question of, and I can table my motion if everyone, if the consensus is that we want to go and figure out exactly what the expenditures are going to be before we do this, we can table this. No skin off my back.
I think what Mike has proposed in his motion is just an option to how we can, again, mitigate taxes for the taxpayer this year, which is complicated by still being in the pandemic economy, and the reval, which I think some people understand, some others don't. I mean, there's benefit to them and there's a disadvantage to them, you know, and they have to come to grips with that. So I think Mike is just presenting a possible option as opposed to, okay, let's strip out this 220 from one of the budgets, or some from one, some from another. You know, we could tell general government we want 110 stripped out, and we can tell Board of Ed we want 110 stripped out. I mean, so I'm just throwing the options on the table relative to our authority and responsibility. Dan Smith, I think your hand's up. Yep.
Yeah, Joe Gross's hand's been up for a very, 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 very long time. He's a very patient man. So I think, you know, it's getting late. I think we can afford to give him his 2 minutes. He's usually got words of wisdom that we can talk about, but I'd like to yield my 2 minutes to him. You know, it's 9:45. He's always on here he's always here with us till the very, very end. So I think out of sign of respect, I think we should give him his 2 minutes right now.
Joe Gross, we have a board member who wants to yield his time. Do you have something to say? Christine, if you could help us out, he usually responds to you.
No, and I'm unmuted. I gotta apologize. Dan, I'm very upset listening to this all night. You've gotten nowhere where you have been. You made a very important comment way back in January, zero budget, and you stood by it, and you said you would wait for them to come to it. Well, they're coming back to it tonight. Every one of those items that Carolyn has made to be reduced, if you talk to a couple of the selectmen, you'll see they was on the same items that I gave them to come back to the zero budget. I just want to make a question, please. You guys are the administrators. You've been elected as administrators for a business. The business is the town of Connecticut, North Stonington. All I hear is what you want to do for the taxpayer, the taxpayer, the taxpayer, the taxpayer. I think you're doing an injustice to the taxpayer. You're here to run a business. And I think the taxpayers should look up to you on whatever you give them, and this is the way it's got to be. The business has got to be run this year. For example, I said I wanted to make the meeting the other night. We made history this year. The Board of Finance passed the Board of Education budget without even looking at it. Yet you went through line items, 163, 196 line items in the Board of Finance. You went through the Selectmen Town budget, line item. There's over 100 line items approximately in the Board of Ed. You didn't go through them. I had concerns about the Board of Ed budget. I've met with the selectmen and with the superintendent, and I've met with the business manager. They've answered every one of my concerns. And I believe that the Board of Ed works very tirelessly on their budget. I also believe it's a slap in the face to the Board of Selectmen because they do the same damn thing. And I don't know, I've looked at all of them. If you want to get to zero budget, it's all set for you guys. I've done it. But please, I think you owe it to the taxpayer. This is my town. This is your town. And we've elected you. Please run it as a business. You're here to run the town as a town. Revenue, expense. Simple as that. And you, whatever it comes out to, you owe to the taxpayer. But to listen, anything I tell you, I put my name on it. And I'll be damned if I listen January, February, March, April, and almost May, and have somebody give me a whole list of items and they don't put their name on it. The guy that comes in now, 5 months after you guys been busting your butts, I wouldn't listen to the damn guys. They don't know what they're talking about. They talk about issues that you talked about back in January. I mean, come on, guys, it's another marathon meeting. I apologize if I'm saying the wrong things to you, but that's the way I see it. And everybody's BSing everybody, and please, my BS is not what you think that I'm saying is backslapping, okay? So I'm listening to everybody. You're getting upset with each other. And there's no need for it. God, we've been here all night. I thought you was gonna come up with something tonight. You haven't done a damn thing tonight that you haven't done in the past 2 months. You haven't done nothing, guys. We talk, and nothing getting done. Run the business. And the taxpayer must stand up and own what the hell it is. Somewhere you're gonna hit them. If not this year, it's next year. You take out of the undesignated fund all you want. How are you gonna put it back in there? It's gotta get back in there. So take it, but somewhere the pot's gonna come empty. I say revenue, expense, do it, and you guys can do it. And please, I'm here to help any way I can do things on that. And I'm still working on the form for you guys whenever you get the budget request so that everybody gives it to you in the same idea and you can understand what the heck you want. And Dan, I don't know whether you heard me in the beginning. I did talk to them. I got a call from Hartford today regarding the authority of the Board of Finance going into draft budgets and not being able, but I got to call her back tomorrow and give her an exact thing on what we were talking about. So whatever way it comes, whether I'm wrong, we're going to get it straightened out though. Either you or I will be on the right track.
Thank you, Joe.
I thank you guys for listening to me.
Joe,
And I support the Board of Ed budget. I
okay,
do not support the Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen budget. I'm sorry, that's the way I stand, and I just can't support that town government. You're keeping the town government in the 19th century. Put it back into the 21st century. Pay our first selectmen, get it full time and get the job done. You heard what Christine gave you some nice answers tonight. Imagine if she was being able to do her job total. What the heck she could contribute to you guys. Thank you again.
thank you, Joe.
I'm gonna say too much, so I get to home.
No, Joe, just in response, and I'll be quick, is that as we put forward this draft budget, it was put forward unanimously. In other words, we, as a board, felt comfortable with both sides of the budget to present to the public. And that I will say, as I said in the public meeting, that the Board of Finance has done a hell of a job over the last 10 years providing for this town when we've been undervalued with a damaged grant list and have made tremendous investments in our town that have paid off. So, it's not as if, we're stumbling here, with something that we have to undo. We're just trying to respond to some of the taxpayers that have come in and, is there some way that we can respond? But up to this point, and that's why we're at an impasse, we were unanimous in this draft budget.
Unmute me. Unmute me. I want to say something.
No, no.
Point of order, there's a motion and a second on the floor and you're entertaining public comment now.
True. So I think we
Yeah,
had,
Joe, I love you, but
I think we've had discussion and on this motion,
Right.
and I'd like to pull the motion. So the motion again, if I understand it, is taking up to 220,000 from the unassigned to cover a revenue gap for the budget of fiscal year 2021, 2022.
that's correct.
Dan Smith,
Why am I always the one that has to go first? Thanks a lot. At this point, I'm a no.
okay. Mike Anderson,
Yes.
Paul Simon,
No,
Brett Mastriani,
A no at this point.
Carolyn Howell,
Yes.
was that a yes, Carolyn? I'm sorry. Okay. And I am a yes, and what that does is we're a 3-3-0, and the motion does not pass. Okay, I think we're talked out here. We're coming up on 10 o'clock. And I would like to have had us settle on some resolution. I know there's some things that people still want to consider. But it means we have to go at this again. Does anybody like to add something to that? Dan Smith?
Yeah, sure. I think especially for me, I think it would help to see this graphically put down a couple of different ways of, hey, if we're at this, Board of Ed spending this, break it down mill rates, we're going to take this much out of the undesignated fund and kind of come up with, some talking papers for next meeting that we can, I write stuff down, everybody else writes stuff down and everything. We might not have exactly the same way. It would be nice to have, now I'm gonna say PowerPoint, but like some talking points where we can actually say, this is where we're at, this is where we need to go, this is how much we're to spend, and kind of come up with some different options. Dan, is that something that could be developed?
Yeah, I mean, usually that type of thing is developed in committee, in our board meeting. What you're asking is, I could take a swing at it with some counsel from Christine. I mean,
It's the rest of the board.
developing 2 or 3 scenarios. So
Me personally, I'm fine with that. I don't know how the other board members feel about that, of developing some talking point, the chair working with the finance officer, kind of come up with a talking point. So we could direct some of these discussions to, hey, this is an option, this is an option, this is an option, this is an option, and we kind of go along with that. How does everybody else feel about that?
Carolyn, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day. It was really helpful when Mustafa used to put the stuff up on the screen so that we could manipulate the numbers, like if we wanted to know how the
In
cost
OpenGov,
of making changes to different items.
it created a nice visual. Mhm.
Yeah, Christine's able to do that. I think that would be really helpful because then we could punch the numbers in and see what that does to everything.
Christine and I can do that.
Okay, so then I also agree, that like different ideas would be helpful, but to Joe Gross's point, if we were running the town as a business, I think we would be looking for the things that are going to return on our investment in a good way, like, maybe doubling our grant writer to get double the amount of grants in to help offset the budget cost to the taxpayers. The software that I know costs money, but also it could save a tremendous amount of time and man hours and also make a lot of information available. So
Totally
I mean,
agree.
I think there's all of these things that we still need to talk about, and whether it's our decision to make or the Board of Selectmen, I think the conversations need to be had, because we need to invest in the things that are either saving us money or making us money. People move to North Stonington for a reason. My parents chose to move here in 1984 because of the school system. That's why I'm here. I'm still here. I stayed here after school. So for all the people that say, well, what happens to these students when they graduate? Well, I stayed. I went away for a little while, but I came back, and I've been here, and I'm helping, and I'm volunteering, I'm paying taxes. So, I'd like to think that there's a whole generation of people below us that are struggling. These younger generations are having a hard time being able to afford to buy houses in town, which I think is sad. I think that needs to be addressed also. But there's also reasons why people stayed in town. There's reasons why people moved here, not just because of the schools. They like the open space. They like to hike, bike, fish, hunt, all of those things. So, I mean, those are the things we have to protect our resources, but we also, there's things that we can do. I mean, we're talking about a town of, what is it, like just over 5,000 people? I mean, we don't need a huge government, but we need a government that serves and meets our needs. So, I mean, that's where we should be focusing, and driving. That's where we should be going with this whole thing. We're making progress, but, you do have to invest in some things to get other things, that are going to be beneficial to everybody. And I think that if the taxpayers can see the end result, they're going to support a budget, that might have extra expenses in it, because they can see what they're going to get back, or what they're going to benefit from it. So, I think that's what has to be demonstrated. And I think it needs to be really clear to people what's in the budget. It can't be just, covered in different line items. It should be really apparent, where the money's going, what it's being used for. And I think when people really understand that, they will want to pay the taxes for the things that they know they want and need. And, how we get there from here, I don't know. I mean, obviously this is going to be a painful couple of months, but we still, we're still waiting to hear, about the rescue fund. We're still waiting to see where the numbers fall from this year. Were there any savings? Is there money that's going to be given back? We don't know that.
I think to some of your point, and I brought it out in the public hearing, and Christine Wagner did the same. We actively supported our school district for the School of Choice initiative, and it's paying off. We were originally estimating 5 students coming in from out of district. Christine in the public hearing put that number at 7. And that number could potentially grow just year after year after year. So essentially, our school system is becoming a revenue point, which is something I said in the public hearing. And that's unheard of. And yet the reality is coming to fruition. So, yeah, so I think people have to understand the biggest part of our budget has been the Board of Ed, and that we've continued to support it, and look where we are. And that revenue stream should just continue to build until other things start to click in. And the valuation of homes has been linked to that. And hopefully we're starting to see with small business that more businesses are coming to town because things are happening in North Stonington. Christine Wagner, I know your hand is up because we're talking about something relative to your segment.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take my hand down. I have like 15 different talking points, and I think because of the late hour, I'm just going to let it go at this point. You guys are doing a good job, and hopefully you do the right thing.
Thank you, Christine. Thanks for hanging in there. And anyone else at this point?
Dan, I'm just gonna do my usual plug. Like I I don't think we're moving anything forward tonight, but I would love if we all agreed on what we need to do to move things forward and stay on task at the next meeting. Because Joe's not wrong. Like we've had the same 3 scenarios: do something, don't do something, or come to some happy medium in front of us for the past couple months. And I like Dan's idea of, like, you know, putting something on a screen so we can kind of see, but I think we have to agree to get there, because nothing magical is going to come save us. It's just some hard decisions we all have to make.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think, as I've said many times, we have a charter, we have a responsibility. So, I mean, we can't sit and wring our hands and wait for something else to happen. We have to deal with the facts as we know them today and move forward prudently. Dan Smith?
Yeah, I'll be quick. If we were truly running this like a business, we would be levying that 0.8 right off the bat, no questions asked. Right off the bat, that would be the automatic tax increase, and our debt would be an automatic tax increase. And what does that bring us up to? 1.1. We would be issuing a tax increase at 1.1 right off the bat.
Yeah, that's our baseline.
That's our baseline. If we were going to do that, no matter what, we're going to be instituting a one. That is how businesses are running. It's just, we have to have a little more compassion than, the cold-hearted, just treat it like a business. We have to have the equal balance to it. So I think next meeting, like Sarah was saying, I think we need to be a little more focused, a little more driven of, hey, these are the numbers, let the numbers guide us. And this is how we have to go forward. Just like Joe was saying, we're running a business. It depends on how we want to run that business. I yield.
I think we have agreement on that, and I'll work to that end.
Yeah, I'd like to use my line of credit to make sure that I don't have to let go any employees. And I can still eat.
I've heard that from a lot of restaurant owners this year.
It's not your line of credit,
and
Mike.
then-
You're using your savings so that you can continue to play your plays.
No,
which
it's a line of credit. It's got to be
done.
paid back next year, but at least I have it there.
Yeah.
Can we move on to agenda items? I'd like to get to previous minutes just because I think we have a responsibility to get those posted. Can we go through those quickly and then we can look at if there's
Dan,
any-
I'd like to make a point before you move on, if I could. This is Mike.
Sure.
And I'll make it quick. The first point would be, if we were running this like a business, we would fund our priorities aligned to our strategic plan, which we are not doing in the general government side. We have gutted our budgets and they are not adequately funded. My second point is that by not moving a budget forward tonight, we are not going to make the timeline. So you should be aware of that. That will not happen. And hang on. I had a third point and it's getting late and I think I've forgotten it. And it was fairly important. My third point is that my board meets Tuesday. If you're not going to move something forward tonight, I would like to go back to my board but I want some agreement from this board on what I can do to make a palatable budget. Now, I'm listening to the feedback and I'm hearing Brett and I'm hearing Carolyn and I'm hearing that, that maybe there's 20,000 we should reduce this budget by. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. I want to know what it is, because I go back to what we said months ago. I want a budget to pass on the first try. I don't want to bring a budget that's not going to pass to the people. It's COVID. It's not ideal circumstances to be having multiple referendums. I want a budget that's going to pass. There seems to be no interest in reduction of the Board of Ed budget, and that's fine. I'm not advocating for that. It sounds like you'd like to see more reductions on the general government side. I'm willing to go back. I'd like a number from this board that we could work with. I don't see why the Board of Finance could possibly just give us some sort of parameters so I could go back to my board and we can try to work towards it. Since you're going to be meeting the very next night, we could push something to you for a better consideration, if that's the direction you're going in.
Mike Anderson?
Yeah, I have no interest in going anywhere right now. I mean, I mean, to Dan Smith, let's assume so we all have a visual. You got 27.4 is where we would be if everything was zeroed out. You have to add a 0.8 for the whole, 0.3 for redemption of debt, 0.44 for Board of Education increase, 0.21 for general government increase, 0.17 for revenue shortfall, which equals 29.32. And according to Christine, you have to round up to 29.4, which would put $34,176 back into undesignated. Then we removed 100K from the 298 budget, removed 20,000 from the F-250 budget, which brought us down 0.21, which got us to 29.11. And then we rounded that up to 29.2 for $41,780 back to the undesignated fund. So wherever we go from here, up and down, is from that 29.2. And that's all the, to list all the things, those are all the things we have. My proposal is you have to add $50,000 back to 298. So we get rid of, I don't think you should put the whole 100 back in, you put the 298 in. The 100,000, 50,000 to 298, so we don't have an issue with whatever that fancy word was.
Supplanting.
And I agree with Joe that the board of the first selectman's salary should go back to where it was. So you'd add whatever be back to 64,948. So whatever the difference is between the 560, 250.
I'll tell you.
And then you got to lose 20 grand somewhere. And you decide where to take it out.
The difference.
And the only reason why I add in we do a line item thing for the Board of Selectmen salary is, it's just too hard politically for a selectman to put back his own salary.
8,700 is the number there.
Okay, 8,700. So you have 68.
58.
Yeah, I'm saying 5,800. You said that, right? I'm sorry.
58,700.
Yes, 58,700 added back to the budget.
Then you're removing the pension on that because that's originally what they proposed back to us.
By
that last motion, we cut the first selectman's salary, but we reinstituted the pension back to him.
Okay, so maybe it's a little less than is what you're saying.
Yes.
Right.
So Mike, if you wanted to add those back in, what you would be asking and keep us at least at 29.2 is asking general government to offset that.
No, I'm not.
So you're asking.
I'm saying you offset. They got to find out a reduction of 20 grand out of those other proposals, those other potentials.
Okay. So it would mean a
And I'm
slight,
leaving, and I'm leaving that to them to, so it's a slight increase over the present budget.
Mhm.
And from there, I still am an advocate of 220 from the undesignated fund to return the mill rate to wherever it is.
okay, that could be one of the scenarios.
That
And I'll
scenario,
develop.
my scenario.
Mike's
I-
scenario.
I'm happy to share my screen. I have it on Excel if folks want to do that, just throwing it out there.
What are you talking about? OpenGov? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I just plugged it into Excel.
So relative to the draft we have already, is that what you're saying? Sarah, I'm not sure.
I
what-
just plugged in what Mike rattled off because Dan had mentioned he liked seeing options. So we don't have to. I'm just throwing it out there.
All right, well, we know that it would increase expenditures by 58,700.
So are you re-voting on this selectman's salary in here? Mike, are you making a motion to
No,
do
no, no.
that?
I don't think he's making a motion. Are you, Mike?
No, I'm not making a motion. I am throwing out a scenario where, you know, how I feel we need to put money in 298, and I feel like the selectmen to have a good quality candidate for next year, and to take Joe's advice into account, we add the money back in for the selectmen's salary. But to also, you know, to discuss the fact that there might be some other there could be some other areas to cut this year, and leaving that to the selectmen to decide, you're also reduced that 58,700 by 20 grand. So it's,
You want to
it's an-
reverse the Board of Finance's original vote?
Did we get any feedback from the public on that during the town meeting? I didn't hear that on the hearing.
There was only one who talked about the first selectman salary.
And Joe, who brings it up at every meeting.
As I say, was it other than Joe?
I don't think I have a name on it.
Okay, no, he's an important voice, but I didn't hear didn't get a lot of legs from the video that I saw.
Right.
yeah, but I also, what everyone says, our taxes are too high and I can't afford an increase. That's not really solutions.
Right. It's spending. Right. I get you.
Can I just make a
Can we all
really
agree
quick comment and
that
then I'll go?
298 should have?
Sure, Christine.
The town hearing was kind of a bust. I know we keep going back to the public comment and the public comment. There was about 20 or less people there. So I would hope that we're not letting, it was unfortunate. It would have really been nice to have a lot more representation of the voter. But I'm just hoping we're not continuing to let that be the public comment and that be the driving force behind the decisions, because there were very, very few people that weighed in on Monday night.
I would agree with that, and I think I talked about that. And I think what we were trying to do is, okay, is there some way to, for what we did here, develop a response? And again, as I said just a few minutes ago, that we move this budget forward unanimously. And that's why we're troubled, you know, okay, where could there possibly be amendments that we have not considered?
I mean, can we come up with a consensus that money has to be put back in 298?
I agree.
I think there is a consensus that to be prudent, that some money should be put there. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the 50, it has to be something that represents our concern for maintenance.
I think it should be more like 20,000. It has to be something, but what I don't want to have happen is we put $50,000 there, they rent it out in 3 months later, and then they have $50,000 that can be line item moved around. There's free money in the budget. I want us to be smart with putting that money into that line item.
We cannot move line items without the Board of Finance's approval.
I don't want to put money into a line item that we're overtaxing people for.
That's understandable.
Okay, so we have scenario number 2, which is similar to Mike's, with a slightly reduced. Mike, you had an interesting point around the rounding up, right? So there is a sweet spot with the number, because if you know, whatever the tax rate is, there was one scenario where we were putting like another 30,000 or something back into undesignated fund,
34,176.
which could offset the increase of the 298 building, right?
Well, it's just going back to undesignated. It's not necessarily,
But if you raise the budget by that amount, that 38 or $30,000, you would zero out that surplus that would go into the undesignated fund, and you could address.
He was just saying whatever the scenario was that was going to unassign, you could put that number in the line item.
that's a really good point right there. Both of you. You could go put $34,000 into that line item. And therefore you're at 29.4, and you haven't changed it. You haven't changed the mill rate. You see that, guys? When we did everything, you know, we have the whole redemption of debt, Board of Education, general government revenue shortfall, it comes to 29.32. Christine says we have to round that up to 29.4 because otherwise you have a shortfall. So if you add, you know, then you're putting 34,176 back into undesignated. Just take that 34,000 and put it back into the budget. Would that work, Christine?
Mike, I think you're one version behind, because we were working on the 29.2, not the 29.4.
Correct. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, so
Okay,
there, the
so-
29.2, yeah, 29.2, we have
So with the-
41,780 left.
Yes.
So you could put
Could fix the selectmen. If
selectmen
without-
and put like 30 grand into the 298.
Given that we all seem to have consensus that we want to run it like a business, you generally want to pay your CEO to run the business properly.
Yeah, that could work. I mean, you know, by doing that, you would fill the gap between what we took out on first selectman and whatever the residual is there. You put in 298.
298. Yep.
But instead of reducing some of this budget, like we heard at the hearing, we're increasing.
No, it
No,
would be
where,
the same. It would be the same budget.
same budget. And then we go back to my and Sarah's proposal, and whoever, and Dan who voted, and Carolyn who voted yes to unburden the taxpayer this year, which is what they did say at the hearing.
And then
Because it's their money in the first place.
then you're dealing with a 28.8 mil.
But you're spending more. Really, we're still spending more.
Yeah, exactly.
We're
Like,
not, but
joke.
we're not
This
spending.
is,
No,
so
no,
this is
no.
where they say we're doing a shuffle. This is what we're doing.
It's not a shuffle. It's you're either putting 40,000 into the undesignated fund, or you're using it in your budget. It's
But
not a
going in
shuffle,
the undesignated fund, we're not spending it.
but we're still taxing the taxpayer on it.
But we're not, but their money's in reserve there to offset some of this other stuff like we've been doing, correct? Otherwise, it's gone into the year and we spent it. It's not
You're
going back.
raising
to
the,
our
ta- if
savings.
if I'm a taxpayer and you're raising my taxes, I want money. I want something for those taxes. I don't want it to just go in the undesignated fund. So you're raising my taxes. I want that $40,000 to get used for something for the town, especially considering how much we've gutted it.
And once again, we're not raising taxes for everybody. It's just whoever got value out of their house sees a tax increase.
Guys, can I just circle
mean-
back that the first selectman asked for a number from you and then the board of selectmen was gonna look at what they would do to change it?
And I think that part is just one part of the puzzle, right? So I think it's still Board of Ed and Board of Selectmen. It's the total that we're responsible for. So I'm not sure if we can slice out the 25% of the budget without looking at the 75% of the budget expenditures. It's a hard thing to do. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to do it at 10:30 at night, but
I'm not sure that anyone has, I'm not sure there's enough people that have the appetite to cut the Board of Ed budget on this board.
well, I think we heard the town, as few people as it was. I don't want to discount the retirees of this town. That's an important demographic. It's not just the parents that run the town, it's all of us, right? So I think everybody has to have a voice, whether distasteful to some of us on this board or not. I think we have to listen. We've done that year after year. To start spending more, adding things back in. I have to support to raise the selectmen's budget back to where it was. We have to keep spending down, and we just keep throwing money at this and emptying out the piggy bank. It's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Paul. I agree that something has to be done. I don't agree that necessarily cutting the Board of Ed budget. You know my opinion and Mike's opinion. I think there are two sides of a coin. Like, we can pick one or the other. Both will address the tax burden on the town. They're just two different ways to do it.
Right. And I think just to be just simple arithmetic, the 75% of our monies go toward the town, toward the Board of Ed or something like that.
Yeah.
That's where the big number is.
68%. Yeah,
Sorry, Sam.
a little over 68%. Publicly, I refer to it as 70%, but it's a little over 68%.
Okay. And that's,
Paul, that's why I'd like to see some of the guidance on the CARES Act money before we have to dive down that path, to be honest with you, to see if any of that could be used for that before we dive into the Board of Ed and just trying to slash and hurt education.
you know, and I get you. I mean, I personally don't believe that this wonderful school system that's been here for 30, 40 years is going to collapse because we held them to a 0% budget this year. I don't buy that because the teachers are just too good. Administrators are just too good. It's been good for too many decades to say the world will end if we ask for a flat budget. So
I don't think anyone's saying the world.
I think I've heard that. It's just we won't have any more kids going to this school system. We won't have this. Like, I don't believe it.
Well, I think it does hurt. I mean, if you look at it from a sales approach, it hurts our sales approach, knowing towns seeing that we're cutting our education budget, or we're fighting Board of Education, and we're pushing them to a 0% budget. I think that makes other towns nervous of what the future holds for our school. I don't think it's going to destroy our school system, Paul.
It's not. It's
I don't
absolutely
think
not.
that's the case. But I
The
do
sky
think
will not fall, and it will still thrive. I don't buy that it's going to be so detrimental to the system that this town isn't going to be attractive to move to. Sorry.
I
I'm unmoved.
understand your input.
Yeah, I am unmoved.
Do you think we do a quick approval on the minutes? I think,
Yes, sir.
Dan wants to get something off his checklist before we end this meeting.
I think Dan said that like 20 minutes ago. He wanted.
How can you move to the next agenda item? I mean, are we done?
well, I don't think, I think we're at an impasse, Mike. I think there was a sense that we could develop some scenarios for our next meeting. And so everybody's got a visual as to the impact. But I
How we
think,
doing on our, I just want to know how we're doing on our timeline. I mean, I don't have a problem if this board wants to hold off and, but, I'd like, I don't know if Nita's on right now or,
I don't know if Nita's on, but I
what's,
can, that you're not gonna meet unless we put a postcard out, and I'm thankful that in that postcard, I had it say tentatively scheduled the town meeting for May 3rd, I think. And we will not meet that date if you guys don't move a budget forward, and it's fine. I'm not trying to put any pressure on you. I'm just letting you know that unless you decide to have, say, an extra meeting tomorrow or Friday, we're not gonna be able to get to that town meeting on the date that we put on the postcard, at least not for the purpose of presenting a budget. It doesn't mean we couldn't potentially, and the Board of Selectmen can discuss whether or not we want to have some sort of meeting that doesn't really talk about the budget. We may be able to do that. Whether or not that's useful or not, but our ordinance does say that we're supposed to have our annual town meeting the first week in May. I will tell you, before I was elected, I don't think that ever happened. But we have stuck to that since we've been here. We've been very consistent with trying to make sure we adhered to the ordinance. So it's whatever you guys do, just know that if you don't move something forward tonight, or if you don't have some extra meetings within the next day or two to try to move something forward because of advertising requirements, and we would have to basically get an ad in the paper Monday in order to have our 5 days prior to the town meeting advertising requirement. That's all.
But a no vote at a referendum would put us into a delay too. So I think it'd be beneficial to take the time to try to come up with
A
something.
no vote at a referendum is a separate issue, and I agree with you, Brett. I do not want to see a no vote at a referendum. My opinion is, I'm just going to give you my opinion. Mike has put forward some good ideas tonight, and it sounds to me like, Brett, you have enough feedback, and I know you have a constituency on the types of cuts you'd like to see. I would like to see the Board of Finance move forward a number tonight, just to stay on task. Send it to us. This is the number that we're moving forward recommending. And if it's $20,000 less than whatever it is, leave it to the Board of Selectmen. We'll figure out how to trim the 20, whatever it is. Give us the direction. That way we can stay on target. But I want it to be whatever, and Brett and Carolyn especially, I really want your feedback included, because what I don't want to do is move forward a budget that we don't think is palatable. I think it's incredibly important that there's consensus on this board, because you said you guys went to the last hearing with a unanimous vote, and I think that's important. But I also heard Carolyn say that she was approached at the hearing and that somebody asked her if she supported the budget, and she said no. So that's contradicts like what I think is important. I think consensus is important, especially right now, based on the feedback that we had at the hearing. The people that were there, that took the time to come, that spoke up, were not super happy about the budget. So I think you have to listen to what they said in some way or another. It doesn't mean you can't put some increases in there, but there has to be some give and take. I agree. That's my feedback.
Dan Smith,
Mike Anderson, what was the number that, to make your numbers work, the Board of Selectmen would have to cut?
They wouldn't have to cut anything right now if we could add
I thought you were saying 20K.
Well, I said that originally it was going to be, if we needed to put 50,000 into 298, and then the 8,700 to bring the Board of the first selectman back to where it was. Then I said, then give them discretion to cut down the rest of the budget by 20 grand. So you'd have, they'd be adding basically 38, whatever it was, 38,70, 38,700. But then we're talking about, we have a 41,700 41,700 to play with already. That's just going into the undesignated fund. So they don't have to add or subtract anything at this point. We can add,
I get that, but the first
we can
select,
add whatever the 8,700, and then whatever the rest is, some of that goes into the 298, and then whatever the balance is goes to undesignated.
I understand. So you have, you basically you have a 20,000 K cut, or we make it work with other numbers.
Yeah, with the
So
with the remaining.
what I'm getting at is we put a motion on the floor to tell the Board of Selectmen to go and cut $20,000 at their discretion for their next meeting. Does it mean that we're actually going to cut it? No, we actually have to set, but at least they can start working on their side of the building, so they can start getting what they need to get done. So when they come back and say, hey, these are our $20,000 worth of cuts, then we know what they're truly cutting. They're asking for direction. So I like to make a motion to direct the Board of Selectmen to go back and cut $20,000 out of their general government budget.
Can I just make a point, Dan? I'm just, and that's fine, however you want to do it. Unless you recommend a budget to the Board of Selectmen tonight to go to town meeting, unless you do that, we are not going to make the timeline. I don't care if we don't. I just want to make sure you're aware of it. So what I was suggesting you do is recommend a budget that's $20,000 less than what you have to the Board of Selectmen to go to town meeting. Then it won't come back to you. That's true. It won't come back to you, but we could make the timeline. I mean, if you're uncomfortable with that, you should definitely not do that. I'm just making that point.
I don't like that. And honestly, the timeline is, you know what, like you said, we all have one shot at this. Really, we do not want to have in past where we've passed budgets in November on this. We want to do this one shot, and I think we are working hard to go for that. But you know, hey, we don't make the timeline. We don't make the timeline. We have to get this right, and I think everybody on this board agrees with me on that.
Hey, Dan Smith, can we ask Christine a question? Just because it's on point to what you're talking about. Christine.
Yep.
At the 29.11, which is where we were before we rounded up.
If you, sorry, my AirPods died again. If you
reduce it by 20 grand, where does that take you?
Can you repeat that?
We're at, you know, with all the changes that we made, you know, when we took out 298, we took out the F-250, we were at 29.11, which you then had us round up to 29.2, correct?
I don't remember a 0.11. Because when I do it in my system and go 29.11, we're still $8,799 short. So if I do 29.12, we're still short. 29.13, we then are putting $2,441 into the undesignated fund. Does that answer your question?
What was the last one? 2 point what?
29.13 is putting $2,441 into the undesignated fund.
Okay, so right now the balance need 29.13. And what happens? What happens if you take out 20 grand?
I can't do that in this.
It's only.
I'm just. You see what I'm saying? Because right now we're rounding up to 29.2, which gives us money to add things back without changing the mill rate. So if we don't round up and we're at 21.13, the only thing that would make sense is to go down below to where you don't have to round, right? You have to go down to 29 at a minimum. What's that amount?
Yeah, 20,000 only gives you 0.03 mil.
Yeah, so it's not really beneficial. I mean, I know it's reducing, but it doesn't seem to me to be doing what makes sense.
It's not big enough.
It's not big enough. So why do it? Why don't just stay at 29.2 and now you have $41,000 and $41,780 or whatever it is. It's in the 40s
Yeah, 41,780, yes.
to then add to the budget without changing the mill rate. It's doing something.
Yeah, it's not showing a tax reduction, but it is utilizing the dollars.
Right. Versus the taking 20 grand off, Dan, I mean, I like it but now that we came up with this other scenario, it just seems like a better scenario.
Yeah, like if you had them cut $20,000, then you'd, instead of be putting 41,780 into the undesignated, you put 21,780 in. So yes, it doesn't change anything for the taxpayer.
Or if you want to be, you want to put whatever the $8,700 back into, and then whatever the balance is from that amount, if that makes you feel better, then, and that goes into 298, then we put something into 298 at least, and I'm okay with that too, if that's what you want to do.
Well, are we comfortable keeping the budget where it is in terms of the total dollar amount, even though we're doing some reallocation?
Well, no, Dan, at that point, you'd have to put money into the
In general
expenses
government,
side.
yeah,
Yeah.
general government, I know.
So is that just taking away from what we heard at the public hearing? And not reducing anything, basically?
It actually is going to add slightly to the budget in terms of a percentage increase.
Yeah, I don't love that.
Carolyn?
I just want to clarify that when I voted to send the budget to the hearing, it was so that people could give us feedback. It wasn't that I loved it or that I thought it was great. I supported sending it to hear what the public had to say about it.
And I agree with Caroline on that point.
So I think that we should be making data-driven decisions, not just rushing it through because there's some timeline. I don't think the timeline or the fact that we sent a postcard out with a tentative date on it should be a reason to rush this through. I think every time we rush, it just, comes back to bite us. So I'm not prepared to meet again this week. I'm prepared to meet again next Wednesday. And I think that we should be adding stuff back into the budget, but there's also areas that I think could be and should be cut to accommodate that. So, and there should be a reduction. I mean, there are a lot of people that come to our meetings every week who say, every week that, there should be cuts. They came to the hearing, they said it. So, I mean, I don't know, I think you just should be acting in good faith, but you should also, it's like, there's things that we want and need, but then there's things that we really need. So I think the things we need that are going to be beneficial should be put back into the budget. And then there should be ways to offset some of that so that you're not just adding to the spending,
That's fine. But we're talking about small dollars.
No, I know. So maybe come up with a number, but again, I think we should be able to look at something to actually see, not just talking, at almost 11 o'clock at night going over these things. I mean, I think we should really be able to look at something that we can have a visual on and know that it's right before we send it to the selectmen. I'm not prepared to do what we did last year. I think last year was horrible, and I have no intention of doing a repeat. The people need to vote on the budget, and it needs to be good. It needs to be solid when we send it back. That's just my opinion.
Dan, can I just?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Can we clarify, like, get a consensus, whether this is a vote, so we can narrow down what we're really talking about here for next time. You know, if Paul wants to address the Board of Education budget, I'd like a consensus from this group whether or not we want to revisit that. And if the group does not want to revisit the Board of Education budget, we should just say so and focus on what the other part of the budget. And whether or not we want to talk about 20,000 here and 20,000 there, and then focus on, do we want to give relief to the taxpayers this year by using the undesignated fund? I think those whether or not we want to take or add to the government budget and the use of the undesignated fund are the two main issues. I'd like to take the Board of Education piece off the table if that's possible. If everyone wants to keep it on, or a majority wants to keep it on, okay, but at least let's have that conversation.
I don't think we have to put it to a motion. We can poll if everyone's satisfied with the Board of Education budget. You know, they can answer yay or nay. And, you know, if we have a consensus to leave it alone, fine. I'm okay with that. So why don't we do that? Dan Smith, I'll lead with you again.
Seriously? So just to clarify, because it is going 11:15, so if we vote yay, we're moving on?
We're leaving the Board of Ed as it is.
Honestly, I think being it close, like you were saying, 70% of the budget, I vote no. I think we have to leave that avenue open.
Okay. Mike Anderson,
Leave it alone.
so it's a yay. Leave it
Yay.
as is. Okay. Paul,
We can't, guys. It's got to be no.
Brett,
This is a tough one. At this time, I can't say take it off the table, because honestly, I'd like to see if anything, like I said numerous times tonight, could come out from the COVID American Relief Fund. So if I say no, or yeah, take it off the table, and then we get some guidance in this next week that can come off, I'd have a hard time saying leave it alone. So I might abstain from this one.
okay. Carolyn,
I'm not a fan of asking them to change. I don't think that they should change it. But I do think, you know, like Brett said, if there's monies that come in, that they would be able to come to us and say, but again, this is part of making data-driven decisions. So I'm gonna say no, only because maybe there's something that will come up that we could talk about, but I'm not a fan of changing their budget at all. I think it's important to keep it where it is if we can.
okay, so you're actually saying yes, leave it as it is. Yeah, okay. Let me change that.
So,
And
I'm sorry. Is that what you said, Carolyn? You want to leave it open so we can actually talk about it some more, or it's off the table for you? I was confused by that answer.
You're muted, Carolyn.
You're muted.
I'm talking to myself now. It's just been such a long day. I'm sorry.
a yes would be leave it as it is. A no would be it's open for discussion.
Well, I think it could be open for discussion, but I'm not a fan of changing it. So, I mean, at this point, I don't think it's going to matter one way or the other. So just say that I think we have to discuss it, and hopefully there's something that will come from the government that would help alleviate it. So if they can alleviate it a little bit, then that's great. And if they can't, I would support it the way it is.
All right, so
So what you're saying is that the Board of Education comes back to us and says, hey, guys, guess what? We can lower our budget. You're all for that?
Yeah, if they can
Me too.
lower it, then yeah, absolutely.
Me
Me
too.
too, but I'm just not going in there to tell them they're gonna lower the budget.
Yeah, I'm not telling them that they should lower it. I'm just saying that we should still be having discussions, only for the fact, just like with the town, you know, we need all the information that we can get in order to put the best budget forward.
That's right.
total package. But the facts as we know them now, you want to leave the budget alone.
I don't want to change their budget, but I do want to leave it open for discussion if something were to come where they came to us and said, you know, hey, we've just got $100,000 and we can.
Dan, I have
give
no
you
problem
50.
with Carolyn's caveat.
So I would take it as a yes with a qualifier, yeah.
Sure.
And I would be a yes. So we're kind of flat on that, you know, it's 3 yeses, 2 nos, and an abstention.
But this was just kind of a poll. This wasn't a formal.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just a poll.
Yeah. Because I think.
Guys, I respect your decisions. I mean, your opinions on this. And obviously if information comes to bear or Christine comes back to us and say, guys, guess what? It's not, it can't be our focus next week.
Right. I mean, it wouldn't be bad for them whenever they meet next to maybe look at their budget and through the basic guidelines that are out already say, hey, these are potential things that might be able to come through. That wouldn't hurt.
At least that doesn't come from us then.
But they already did. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. They did, and they said like anything that they can get, they're going to be putting into staffing to help bring our children forward because of the pandemic, help alleviate the issues because of the pandemic. That's what the funding is for. I don't mean to be frustrated, and I apologize for my tone, but like we know what our options are. Paul is right? It's cut salaries or it's kick the can down the road. Like those are our options. We really only have two. It sucks, but it is what it is. And if we can't make it tonight and we need to sleep on it, fine. But you know, like the town has asked for relief in budget. 20 grand here and there isn't going to make a difference. Going back and asking the Board of Ed to cut salaries and the Board of Selectmen to cut salaries, that could do it. Or we can look at, you know, strategically laying it out. We keep circling it because we don't want to make the decision.
Right.
The decision is very clear.
Well, I think we don't want to make a decision because we're actually wrestling with having been satisfied with what we brought forward. And yet what we're trying to do is respond to, I would call it 7 to 10 contributors saying, please don't increase taxes. Well, they have to be increased anyway because we have obligations that have already been agreed upon. And then it's a matter of, can we mitigate what we've proposed? And you're right, the only ways of doing it is using the unassigned or making drastic cuts. And making drastic cuts, as I've said to you, has got to be in the area of $220,000 to $250,000.
Hey, Dan, what would happen if we split the baby right down the middle? Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Calling at 11.
That's how they figured out who the right mother was. That wasn't a good solution. He didn't actually cut the baby. Just saying.
Exactly. Hey,
What baby are we talking about?
What does that mean, Dan?
so what happens if we split it down the middle?
I still don't know what you mean.
What are we splitting down the middle?
Come on, Dan.
Basically, we're looking at 2 mills, correct?
Yeah,
We levy 1 mill and then we go to undesignated fund for 1 mill. I'm throwing things out there. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm with you. I like the spitballing. It's okay. All good.
Split it down the middle.
I think we wrestle with the reeval at the same year too. I think that's what's making this so much more difficult than a typical year, because not only are we just dealing with an increase of a few percentage in a mill increase, we're dealing with some people's rates going considerably higher. And yeah, they can sell and move, but I think that's what's making this so difficult. And that's why it's so hard to come up with a solution that'll work. So, I mean, Mike, I'm not off the table about splitting the rates going forward, but I think we have to look at a whole picture of how can we try to mitigate some of this a little more.
And I don't disagree, Brett, as long as those cuts make sense in the long run. Throwing out 20 grand, I'm just not a proponent of cutting teachers. I'm not a proponent of cutting, staff that these three selectmen who are running this town say that we need, and the boards that they've entrusted and all the employees, the money that they need, and that they've gone over and over and over. I mean, good, solidly fiscal conservative people have gone over and of slashing it. And the only other solution is cutting people during the time where it's hard enough as it is, when we have an easy solution to say, let's mitigate it for, this year, at least half. And because as a town, we've increased our worth, our net worth, we're able to absorb a little bit of an increase, and yet not change the needle on the mill rate. So again, not to beat a dead horse, but those people whose houses increased in value are paying a little bit more. People who stayed the same are paying less. People whose houses went down, holy windfall. But it is what it is.
I still don't know why we're not looking at those ones that went down. That would help mitigate even more of this revenue shortfall. That's why I said, like,
I've never seen that where, I mean, is that
I did talk to Daryl DeGrosso about that, Brett, and in his estimation, this is just conversation, that it would not be large enough to be significant. And he said, as soon as you did that, it's the reverse of Board of Appeals, that you're going to end up in litigation is what's going to happen.
I don't know what the process is for that.
It's called.
It seems arbitrary to me that, I'm sorry, an independent party said your house is worth X, but this board said, we think your house is worth something different.
Yeah.
And we're going to come in and we're going to inspect.
Litigation is what it is.
Yeah,
but I see your point, Brad. I mean, it doesn't seem fair that if in the case that all the nice houses went down, that doesn't make any sense. It's a reverse trickle down theory, but
exactly. Well, that's the worry, is that it's hitting the more price point houses more than it is the larger.
I understand it, but the market could be saying those houses were overvalued during those lean years, and now they're correcting to the proper rate. And those mid-range houses, which are highly in demand by supply and demand, that's why they've gone up. I mean, it's just, you're a Republican, for Christ's sake, supply and demand.
Yeah, and right now there's no supply even in the large houses. I mean,
that's why
they're going too. And I talked to the building official, and he said there's not one new house being built that's under $450,000. So, I mean, the market's moving up, and even those bigger ones. So who knows? I'm just saying that nobody's coming through and saying, hey, let me forfeit my big decrease. But the people that are getting increases, they have a way to do it. But I think that's what's making our job here so difficult, is we're not just levying a tax increase to flat across the board to everybody. compared to what they paid last year, some people's are going up tremendously.
Yeah, I know, Brad, and your point's well taken, and I, like I said, I'm one of those people, and, you know, I'm not happy about it, but what am I gonna do?
So
I want to support this town and move it forward.
if Paul comes back on, I'd like to see, so he keeps bringing up the Board of Ed budget. What is he trying, what are you looking for, Paul?
$500,000.
$500,000 from the Board.
I'm looking for an overall reduction like this.
Wait a minute, did we just move forward with a proposal and not address it? I'm kidding,
No.
go ahead, Paul.
I mean, you had a lot of stuff there that you wanted back in, but I'm not sure if everybody does. But I know when we started this meeting, it's 4 hours ago, we were looking for something to move the needle, to listen to the taxpayers, to reduce this spending. And I think that $500,000 reduction in spending, which is that 250 grand across our entirety of our $21 million budget, is what we should be looking at. Now, Brett, if that's all at Board of Ed or 70% Board of Ed because they're 70% of the budget, that's great. But I think we have to listen to the folks that talk to us. Reduce the spending. And I don't think it's unreasonable. It's not a lot of money, really, I guess, in the overall budget, but it is going to cause some pain. It doesn't have to come from just one or the other. It could be a mix. It could be a pair. Nothing is sacred, you know. We can do this. We can manage this.
Paul, with all due respect, I really think we're just going to kick the can down the road, and that's like my new favorite phrase.
No, I love that.
I think you're going to get
Better than mine.
the cut is going to be painful, right? And then everyone's going to come out of the woodwork and say, we can't do that. It's COVID. Can't do that to the teachers. They've already gone through enough. We can't do it to the kids. It's not safe. Whatever it is, we're bringing revenue in for the town. We're going to be right back at the beginning. Maybe we politically have to go through that so everybody sees it happen and it's a dog and pony show.
Maybe it's it.
But I mean, come on, we did that last year and it was exhausting.
That's
why you're stuck with me, because somebody said to me in my driveway, they haven't passed the Board of Ed budget.
Very glad that you're here. But I think this will go to referendum, and it's going to be right down the middle like everything we do. And it might pass, it might fail.
And Sarah and Dan are
We have
both
to do
saying
something.
we're parents at 11 o'clock right now. We're tired.
Yeah, I got work calling me too. There's something going on there, so we gotta.
Everyone's getting a little
Something.
punchy. I think there was a consensus. We'll develop scenarios and, if it's next Wednesday, if we have maybe, I don't know if you're open to a special meeting on Monday before Board of Selectmen. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes. We'd love to wrap it up, whatever that is, you know.
could we do that? Is there some sense that we can do that?
What are you looking for?
Monday.
I coach soccer till 6:30, but I think I can make it.
Okay.
I have a
Monday, we
meeting.
have a business roundtable with, in town for business owners and Senator Summers, Representative Howard.
Do we have an RTC, Brett, Monday?
No, it's a EDC, it's our EDC roundtable with the chamber, sector, and all businesses in town.
I see Republican Town Committee on my phone, but that must be it.
That's our normal set meeting. That's good.
Okay, great.
So that would be, and that's at 6 to 7.
I have a meeting at 7 with the school, the committee that I'm on for the Norwich Wesley Road building.
All right. The only thing I could say, other than other town business, and I don't mean to sound harsh here, but this has got to be a priority in terms of your appointment to this board and getting the budget forward.
Well, I think that meeting is also helping to solve.
I know it is. Yeah, I know it is.
Dan, I would just say that by meeting on Monday night, you're not going, it's not going to make a difference as far as trying to hit the timeline. That's not going to happen, and that's okay. The only thing it would do is provide guidance to the Board of Selectmen. And I might counter and say, that's not necessary. Why don't, I've heard enough tonight that I'm going to go to the Board of Selectmen and talk about what we think we can do, and we'll bring that to you guys. You'll have something. It won't be till Tuesday night after our meeting or Wednesday morning, but you'll have something before your next Wednesday meeting for recommendations if we can provide any.
All right, so we'll leave it at Wednesday. And if I remember, I left that as a scheduled meeting, so it's not a special meeting.
Thank you, Mike, on that one.
You're welcome.
Can we just approve these minutes?
Please.
I've looked at them. I don't see any need for amendments.
No, thank you.
You want to table them? You want to?
No, good.
Put them to vote.
Yeah, no, I spun through, yeah.
Okay, the minutes for March 31st, I will make a motion to approve as presented.
Second,
Thank you, Dan, and Dan. Can I just go the vote 6-0-0?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And the next would be April 7th. Do I have a motion? I'll make the motion to move this as presented.
second,
Dan Smith on that, and we're going to go 6-0-0. So these are approved. Thank you.
Nicely done. Thank you.
I just think there's a responsibility to get them on the,
Hey, Dan, any way to make next Wednesday, do like a workshop from 6 to 7 where we discuss everything and then not have any votes until our normal 7, just so if there is a lot, we don't go until 11 at night? Is that a possibility?
the thing is, it's already posted as a scheduled meeting. Brett,
Okay, just sometimes you can do a workshop and then adjourn to the regular meeting, but, okay.
so where are we? We can come back to public comments if there should be any.
Nita has something she wants to say.
Go
Nita,
ahead.
go ahead and unmute yourself. I think. Nita, can you unmute yourself? We'll come back to Nita. Joe, do you mean to have your hand up?
Christine, I've got it.
Oh, go ahead, Nita.
You hear me? Okay,
We can hear
Joe, do you mind if I go first? Okay, because I've been here all night long. I'm disappointed. But I know you all are working very hard. The first thing I was going to say was I think that Joe did a wonderful job of how he explained what he was seeing going on. My feelings are that we really didn't work hard enough on getting people to know about what they were going to hear if they, or what they would know about the budget. It was very, very disappointing to see the attendance at that meeting where we spent a little bit of money, not a lot, to get people to come out. And it was very disappointing that most of you were not involved in any way. I think that was sad. Already it had a feeling that people were not, the only people we were going to see are the people who always speak up. They're not happy. It was a very, very small number. And I think that tonight, that was part of what the problem was. I think that all of you worked very hard. I'm not saying you weren't. I think that we should have been much further by now. I think we need to slow down for a very small amount, because if we miss not going before the very early June, like we had to do once before, we're going to be in a lot of difficulty for the rest of next year. I hope, I would be glad to help any of you in any way I can. And I'm very sorry that this didn't work well. But I think let's all put our hands together rather than getting mad at each other sometimes and try to make it done. Sorry, good night.
Thank you, Nita. Next, Christine.
Okay, Joe, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, I just want to thank you guys for approving the April 7 meeting minutes. For my comment, feeling like a lot of the Board of Finance meetings are shotgun meetings. I don't know whether you read the whole agenda there or not, but that was one of the things I said. I believe your meetings are so long because you just repeat. Somebody's got to organize the meeting, go through one item, vote on it, go on to the next thing. And I'm saying this because I'm hearing it from a person who knows, just walked by and said, I heard the same stuff 2 hours ago, Joe. All they do is repeat. I believe you could cut that down, guys, really. I just asked one thing, though. I know you put in a lot of work out. 298. I think that should be cut, period. 1,000 people voted to demo that building. I know that the committee had to make a decision. It was not the right decision, but we voted for $1 million in there, and I still don't see my million. So I'm asking you, that's where you got to make your cut, is in 298. And with 1,000 saying demo, then you had a meeting with 100 people who say go rent, and you went that path. So I just don't agree with that path. And I thank you guys for hearing me. And Dan Smith, I thank you for giving me your minutes. And I really appreciate it, guys. But I think you're just repeating and repeating and repeating. And you could cut this meeting right down to a third. Thanks, guys. Have a good evening and a nice sleep.
Thanks for hanging in there, Joe. Next, Christine.
Okay, Brian, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, first I'd like to say that every taxpayer in this town had the opportunity and knew about the hearing you had the other night and to put input in it. And obviously I was there. You asked direction from the taxpayer. You got it. Basically, they said they need a lower budget. And I see just fighting over that. I don't know what you don't understand about not lowering budget. I think even Mike mentioned tonight about direction. You know, I think you gave him 0% before. But when the Board of Education asked, it's a taboo. I keep hearing taboo. Well, like Paul says, it's not, our education system is still going to be a good education system, even if they have to make some cuts that nobody likes. I had to make cuts in my own personal budget. I'm sure you people did too. Did I like them? No. I don't know if I could make enough cuts in my budget even to stay in the town. So I don't know why you didn't take the fourth option of giving direction to both the Board of Finance, the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Education. Treat them all as equal and let them decide where they can cut their budget. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian Rathbun, for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Okay, next, Sean, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, this is Sean. I just wanted to say that I am not in disagreement with my assessment whatsoever. I think it was fair. What wasn't fair is the assessments of many of the other homes, larger homes, because they didn't have much sales data to go on. They ended up where they are now, going down in value. They had comparisons to use, such as Larry Southwick's home on Wyosset, and which sold extremely low for a reason. And because of that, most of the homes along Wyosset went way down. And what that does is that causes, obviously, others to pay more. So I think that's, we tried to save a couple $1,000s, and we changed assessment companies, and I think we screwed up big time. And I would bet, well, I don't even want to make that bet, but I would think that a professional assessor would feel the same way if they were to review our assessments. And as far as the town hearing, I'm very disappointed in that those people that did bother to come or did bother to write into the Board of Finance, their input was completely ignored by some of the Board of Finance members. And instead, members chose to add things back in that were not even spoke about at the town hearing by any of the public to add back in. I'm disappointed that the people's input was ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
That was the last hand we had up.
Motion to adjourn?
Did I hear a motion? Paul, was that you?
It was not, it wasn't me, it was Brett, but I'm going to second it. I just couldn't find the mute button. Unmute.
So it was Brett's motion, Paul to second,
Yes, sir.
and I'm assuming we're all in favor. Again, everybody, thanks for hanging in there, and I don't believe the time spent was lost time. I mean, I think we're at an impasse for a reason, and we'll present some scenarios and come to some resolve as we meet next Wednesday. So again, thanks for participating. If you didn't see the link for the YouTube copy of the presentation public hearing, you should look at it. And we do have the deck from the Board of Finance side if you'd like to see it. So Christine will have those available for you, or we can send them out. In fact, we'll send them out anyway. I sent the draft, but we made a few small corrections as we hit Monday, not big ones, but we can resend it. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Dan. Good night.